Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to a beautiful Grand Finals Sunday here on the Paradise League. That's right, we got the HoN Amateur Tournament number 2. The Grand Finals. Our 2 top teams out of the 7-team group stages matching up here in a best-of-5 series. We got New Generation going up against Hard to Communicate. This should be a fun one. I'm Break CBK. I'm going to be joined by What You Got as my co-commentator. How's it going, man?
Yo, I'm ready to go. How's it going, Breaky?
I like it. I like the rhyming already happening right here. That's some good stuff. No, yeah, I know you were casting a lot of this yesterday on the Paradise stream. I was doing a bit myself on my own stream. We're getting some multiple coverage going on, so I got the chance to watch both of these teams multiple times, in fact. So I can't say I'm very surprised to see them both in it, because this is an amateur event technically, but hey, we still got some good competition, man. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we got in this best of 5 now.
Yeah, and just to build on that, so from watching yesterday, like you said, I think New Generation here, which is I think it's our Legion side, they did not lose a single game yesterday in that round robin qualifier. I think they went 6-0 or 7-0, something like that. And then Hard to Communicate only dropped 1 game. So both of these teams did really well in their qualifier rounds, which is ultimately what got them here. So this one should be a pretty good one. I'm actually not sure if they played each other.
They did, yeah. I was just checking that because every team did play each other once, and so New Generation did win that series. I was trying to think, because just like you, like I said, we casted a lot of different matches, so it's hard to
remember
remember which one there. But New Generation did win that. I might have casted that game now I'm thinking about it. I think I did. I was watching that one. Anyways, impressive play on both sides, of course. Again, not surprised to see them here. But we got a full 5-game series, potentially. Obviously, at least 3. But we got picks, though. We got picks already to talk about, I'm sure. Just like you, myself, we've been seeing, some interesting strategies here and there. But overall, with teams like this, you'd expect maybe a little bit more consistent to the quote-unquote meta that you'd expect. But we got a Soul Reaper, man. This is a hero with that patch that took place. I'm not surprised to see it being picked up, and I'm looking forward to some big Soul Reaper plays.
Yeah, Soul Reaper has been very prominent right now in the metagame. You can run him in mid lane, you can run him in short lane, so he's pretty versatile. He's great for flash farming as well as just providing a good scaling core. You can put him in a multi-core lineup as well, so you don't have to as I said, you don't have to run him in either position per se. And he's pretty consistent. He deals good damage output, and you can run him in grouping up lineups as well because he's got that 5-second cooldown judgment to just keep healing and pushing creep waves. So he's pretty good right now, and a lot of the teams are picking him up or banning him pretty often as well.
Yeah, so picked up here on the side of New Generation, Icor and Engineer to go along with that. On the other side, Hard to Communicate, Lord South Forest and Accursed. To start, Accursed a little interesting to me. What do you think of the draft so far on their side?
Well, the standout pick for me so far is the Icor pick. It's a hero I think that's been getting a little bit more what's the word I'm thinking of? People are thinking about this hero more lately, and it's been popping up more. And interestingly enough, I think when I got to watch New Generation play, they ran this Icor instead of a support.
Yeah.
I think they ran it as a long lane core hero. And they paired it with another support to just cause disruption. I don't know if we're gonna see that here. Looking at the picks, it could still be one of their 2 support options with the Engineer as well. But it's a possibility, and it will make the Soul Reaper grouping up strategy very tanky with the extra heals as well. So it's just more synergy with the Soul Reaper so far.
And it reminds me a lot of not going to say that they're stay green over there on the leading side, but that mentality, that grouping up as a team, just the death ball push. And yeah, I saw the same thing yesterday, so it must have been a different game done multiple times. That of course, Ichor a hero that you build some auras on him, get that Astrolabe perhaps, or maybe Soul Reaper's going to get it. But point is, a hero that definitely can assist when it comes to just pushing as a team around a hero like Soul Reaper, certainly a good strategy to go about. So yeah, curious to see as well where the Ichor ends up here. But honestly, probably more of a position 3, more of a farming from what we've been seeing them play. But man, Empath and now Gravekeeper coming out. That's not a hero we see all too often right now, is it?
No, so I only got to catch like 6 to 7 minutes of a Gravekeeper game yesterday before, unfortunately, the game got remade or we couldn't continue because a player disconnected. But I actually think it was the same team that picked the Gravekeeper yesterday. It was interesting because it's like I said, it's not a hero we see too often. I did touch upon it yesterday how the Gravekeeper, like, it's a very good laner, but then it has some weaknesses, which is why we don't really see it too often. But it has the potential to like do well at 1v1, and then it needs to have that good start to kind of take off and create pressure around the map. But yeah, well, it's gonna be interesting to see here if they can make it work, because if it can get out of laning phase with like a good start, I think the hero can definitely do some work. But it's a risky pick. It's a risky pick to pick up a Gravekeeper.
Mm-hmm. Pandemonium. Ooh, that's some good lockdown there. Pandemonium to finish, but also Midas being locked down. Of course, 2 heroes that definitely bring some solid crowd control. But yeah, Panda Midas to finish. So looking at it now, maybe the Ichor is certainly going to be more of a support option with the NG. But the Panda finish is what we do see here. So final pick coming out on the Hellborn side now. Hard to communicate. Anything standing out to you? Anything coming to mind?
Maybe some kind of initiator. They're lacking like catch right now pretty badly, but judging from their lineup, they might be wanting to run the Self Forest position 1, which definitely can work. But I'm more of a fan of like running the South as like a position 2 mid hero. Having the Gravekeeper in the team, I think he's going to fill that role. So they're going to pick up a Puppet Master, which is a core hero that provides some like catch potential, but it's not what I was thinking. But at the same time, they'll be running the Tricore now. South Forest maybe the position 3 instead. This could be strong if they run it solo short and then run like an aggressive tri lane with the Puppet Master. Now Puppet Master did get some nerfs to his ultimate in the latest patch, so we haven't really been seeing a whole lot of Puppet Master lately. People who play it tell me they don't really like the feel of the hero too much anymore. Now he still provides like that great lockdown with the first 2 abilities, but it's a lot harder for him to do his one-shot burst combo that we've seen him do throughout HoN's history. So I'm actually curious as to how the Puppet Master is going to perform here. Mostly because from what I've seen in the recent weeks, the hero felt kind of underwhelming. When you're used to seeing this hero do so much damage so quickly, just one-shot enemy heroes so fast, and then you go to seeing him do more of like what normal heroes can do, like, not just insta-killing stuff, it feels very off. So it looks like they're trying to do what I was suggesting, run the Puppet Master in an aggressive makeup and then send the South solo short, and I think this is probably the most ideal way that they could lane with these heroes. The only other thing they could do is send Gravekeeper top, but then you run the risk of him facing 1v2 or 1v3, and that hero is not something, or not a hero that you would ever want to do that. So you have to stick him mid lane in this team composition. So I think this is probably the best they could do with what they drafted on Hellborn. And then on Legion side, I actually get to see how they're like walking to the lanes. I wanted to take a guess prior to this, but I was expecting Soul Reaper to go mid and Soul Reaper to go bot and Panda to go mid, but it looks like he wants to go top actually on the Pandemonium. And then they're gonna stick the Midas mid lane. So
yeah, got some mind games going on. Maybe they expect the puppet to even be up at the top lane, maybe some kind of tri lane up there, or so it's really it's going to be interesting to see what adjustments are made if they do kind of commit to this tri lane top on the Legion side, because you figure obviously that's not going to stick once they realize. Oh, Iker's already moving, it looks like.
Yeah, so Engineer Panda would be a pretty solid dual long lane option. They can both kind of like provide some kind of escape tools for themselves, but also they have very good spells for pressuring the opponent. And when you think about it, the Midas is probably not a hero you would rather dual lane as opposed to the Panda. So the Midas can get the extra levels that he would like to have in mid lane and try to create the pressure, while Panda gets more of like a farming lane or pressuring lane up in the top lane. So I think this actually makes quite a lot of sense. And then Icor will just be making sure that Soul Reaper gets a good start, and then probably will stack the jungle so he can start flash farming once he gets somewhere in the level 5 to level 7 range with the leveled up Judgment. And then he can just rotate in, kill the stacks really quickly, and we can see Soul Reaper get high GPM quickly. But going up against a tri-lane, that's going to be a tough task, so let's see if they make any adjustments here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up too. It's like, oh, this is the mind games again, going on that early strategy of laning phase, what one team does to react to the other, and yeah, well, we'll see. The Panda NG, very powerful lane up top, and you definitely want to allow Panda to have a good time against the Lord Self Forest, but it's at the cost of the sword for bottom, maybe not. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what adjustments are made. The one lane we do see that's probably going to stick is that Midas versus Gravekeeper in the mid lane. So again, Gravekeeper, not a hero we see all too often, but matched up there against the Midas. You have any thoughts on how you expect this matchup to go?
I think the early pressure should come in from Gravekeeper like around level 2 when he can harass with some Defiling Touch and Corpse Toss, but Midas, when he gets level 4 against these like squishier ranged heroes, you can never underestimate his potential to surprise you with a burst damage kill. So I think level 4 is very key here for Midas. Prior to that, it's going to be like harassment from Gravekeeper, last hitting war, nothing crazy really happening.
Yeah. Crazy's happening bottom lane. Accursed. He might be going down, and yes, he is. Guess who's here? It's Engineer does eventually show up, and it's going to be a bloodlust kill going the way of Spectre X on that NG. As a result,
manning up here on up it as well. A lot of pressure came in.
Love it.
So
there's the adjustment.
That's a really good wall from Empath, but I don't think they have anything to follow it up with. So something to point out here about this Hellborn tri-lane is they're tri-laning aggressively with an Accursed. Typically, when you think of Accursed, he's more of like sit back and get your core hero farm and protect him. He's not really the most aggressive laner when you run something like an aggro tri-lane. So
yeah,
it makes a lot of sense actually here that they're actually not favored when the Legion team brings 3 down here, because they're not really able to bring the pressure as easily.
Yeah, you see right there, Chris just going to run at him with that Aphotic Shield, and there's the explosion. It's going to be enough for the kill, so yeah, Curse, so much for not being nearly as aggressive, able to just run at him and help, gets the kill himself, in fact. You do see the refreshing ornament item he has as well to help with this tri-lane setup, so yeah, good response, and the lane right now has been pushed up in favor of Hard to Communicate, but it's going to go back towards the side of New Generation. As you see NG, he's doing a good job of his own pull.
So that death there was more, I would say, Icor being out of position. He was very far up in the lane by himself, and Engineer was over at the easy camp pulling to get the lane back for Soul Reaper, which is, I believe, what they should be doing anyway. So that was just, in my opinion, that was just Icor being in the wrong position there.
Panda? Self-Force and Panda have been going at it up here. Yeah, Self-Force really manning up, and he lands the last nuke to finish the job. Pandemonium could not get away from Lord Self-Force. So the 1 versus 1, it does seem like Self-Force is having a pretty good time early on now as a result of the matchup.
I've seen this matchup played before. It was a long time ago. It was Satellidium versus Snark, but it was played in mid lane. And in mid lane, I think it's very different because you can't really chase too far because you have the safety net of your tower. But when you have Self-Force in the short lane against Panda, that gives Self-Force a lot more room to run you down and sit on top of you with the aura. So Panda doesn't have that like flexibility to, oh, if you go on me, I can flick you and kick you into my tower, which is why Panda is very good in mid lane, because he has that tower as a like an extra threat. But here in the long lane, it's a bit more challenging for him to stay in the face of Self-Forest, I would say. Which is why Self is able to bring the pressure like this, and he got the kill first.
Yeah, that's that sacrifice of deciding to commit to the NG bottom lane and commit to the tri lane. Yes, I got the Bloodlust kill, but you are now hurting that Pandemonium, certainly, and more so Lord Self-Forest is top GPN in the game, especially after the hero kill, but really CS-wise too. He's 26-1. He's top in the game as well. So, yeah, he's having a fantastic time, and certainly a hero that can snowball. He is the first to hit level 6 on top of that. So that ultimate now a factor and going to be coming into play. Roaming starting to happen at 4.5 minutes. Engineer, he's coming to the mid lane, so trying to get position on this Gravekeeper. Don't know if Gravekeeper's going to allow for it, but we'll see.
This is not the easiest kill because Gravekeeper has Marchers now, and there's a good rotation from the Empath. We could see a kill on the Engineer.
Oh yeah, that's a dead NG, right? Right? No. Never mind.
Walls in 5 seconds. It's not gonna. No. He's not gonna get in range. I was gonna comment and say that the Empath did a really good job of being patient with his Link and waiting till it was about to expire before breaking it to stun. A lot of the times, Empath players will break the Link very early, and then you don't get the damage output from the spell. And something to actually note here is that he did go a 1-1-1 skill build. Had he had level 2 in that Essence Link, that would have been a kill. But opted to go for 1 into the early auras. They are running a tri-lane, so they wanted extra regen. I can understand it, but it's unfortunate because they did end up losing a kill there.
Yeah, in that instance, certainly would have been better to have the 2-1 build instead. But hindsight's a bitch sometimes. Nope, top lane NG, going to the top with the smoke up. The lockdown from Pandemonium, there's the combo of NG, but this Lord Self-Forest, he is not somebody that's going to go lightly. In fact, he's going to go for the turn kill. And he is? Oh, no.
Shield of the 5. Shield of the 5 and Guardian Ring. Don't underestimate. Yeah. He has 13.2 armor, and Panda was doing tickle damage to the Self-Forest.
Ticklemonium, more like it at that point. Yeah, that's not good. That's the worst feeling. A 2 versus 1. You have the perfect setup. I mean, they did everything perfectly execution-wise. It just was not enough damage at all. So, yikes. Self-Forest is a beast.
Yeah, just not enough damage coming out from the Panda punches. He doesn't have like Ghost Marchers yet, for example, and NG only level 3. Invis Gravekeeper, by the way. Panda ported down here.
Oh yeah, big fight coming out. Let's see our first zombie apocalypse used, and well, Gravekeeper's dead. I guess got a little too committed. BC will manage to live as well thanks to the Soul Reaper heal. So both teams sending some movement in, and Pandemonium at least getting a little bit of revenge. He wants more. Cannonball connects on a cursed. There's the shield. He's got a cauterize, but...
Oh, he had the flick, but he got queued up by the Puppet Master. Now he can get it off.
There you go. And that is going to be deny. Okay.
Great, yeah, deny from the curse. Very good presence of mind there.
Making the best of it, but Panda, he's going to be a bit of a roaming Panda right now, as finding out where to go from here. But Soul Reaper, okay, Soul Reaper's starting to jump up a little bit after what just happened, too, so certainly can't forget about him. He's got a full Sacrificial Stone now, and there's the Ghost Marcher pickup, so yeah, this is, I feel like this is a point.
Panda on this ward. Sorry to cut you off. Good diving mid.
They certainly are, and is it a kill? Gravekeeper? No, not yet. A Cursed Bee in there means it's not going to be a kill, and it might be a turn, in fact. Pandemonium, the one in trouble now. Engineer, though, heal TP in. Great Keck stun. The follow-up from Midas, unable to transmute, though. And he's now attacking his own teammate. Locked in place. There's the Puppet Master. Lockdown coming into play. May not have the most burst, but he still has plenty of that CC.
Gravekeeper sniped out Panda in the trees, by the way, with the corpse explosion. They got the extra kill.
Oh, no. Well, hard to communicate. Good momentum here, and they're going to put some damage on the tower now, too.
1,400 gold lead. It's starting to build up a little bit with some of these kills. Nothing out of hand yet, but it's something.
I was mentioning the Soul Reaper, though. This kind of feels like, he's level 6 now as well. Like I said, the Ghost Marchers, the Sackstone. This seems like a point where he can start having much higher impact in the game. Would you like to see him start maybe moving around a bit, or is he fine to still be in the lane doing what he's doing?
I I think he. Well, we have action.
Serial
So
killer.
Gravekeeper
Wow.
one shots.
Blew him up.
Icor actually. That was a lot of damage. Illusion Rune helping with that, and a curse was there as well. Soul Reaper. For now, I think it's good that he's focusing on his farm. He wants to stay in the lanes and create pressure, which he did just now, and he ports out as he was getting threatened by the Puppet Master catch. But I think his goal here is just to keep flash farming for now, and then once he gets maybe like around level 10, 11, maybe gets the first item like a Gnome's Wisdom or something, then he could start moving with his team. He can always port to defend towers, of course, but for now it's still very early.
Oh, yeah, tipping back to the tower and going to keep the farm going, as you mentioned, down here. But he needs to be really careful. Gravekeeper's still here, and Gravekeeper throwing out that explosion. Doesn't have mana currently for the zombie apocalypse. I guess, okay, he just got enough.
Isn't it crazy he has that up again? He just used that due to that illusion rune.
It's a short cooldown, wow.
Yeah, he just used that like 30 seconds prior-ish, and then he has it again. But I mean, even without the illusion rune, it's a 60-second cooldown level 1, 50, and then 40. So it's very, very short. And well, it could be even shorter if you get a Grimoire of Power on this hero.
Yeah, only time will tell. But yeah, so far he's got his own Sackstone with the Blood Chalice. He's going to meet up mid lane with some teammates. Got some regen, smoking on up. Midas, he's the victim to go. Matter of time before, yep, Doomy, Dummy. I've heard it pronounced both ways. I don't know. Get the kill.
What Forrest is doing already. I say already. God. He's level 10, so I mean, it's not that early. But that's going to amp up his farm quite a lot.
Yeah, it is. Oh, Gravekeeper, he's diving. Again, it gets the free kill on Icor as a result. So following one of the Gravekeeper, again, not the most traditional pick, but he's showing why they're comfortable picking it here in game 1 of this best of the 5 series. Certainly having very high impact. He's 4-1-1, 370 gold per minute now.
Yeah, and I really like when we see things that aren't like quote unquote meta, or like that we see all commonly picked up doing very well. It's good to see that Gravekeeper is having that impact that they were hoping for when they drafted him.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think he'll just go into like a portal key on the Gravekeeper, or do you think there's like any other item that he could maybe pick up prior to like some bigger purchase?
With the way he's playing, it feels like, with Self-Forest and Puppet Master soaking up a majority of the farm around the map when it comes to CS, I think, a Blink would make a lot of sense for him to go that direction, being more of the hero killer, the space creator in that sense. So he's certainly showing that he's got the potential to do that even already. So why not get a Blink to follow it up? But as I say that, he's not going to Blink
Neophyte's book, so maybe a tablet, I would think.
Okay. Yeah.
It could be a light brand, like that wouldn't be out of the question, I would say, if he wants to go more of a flash farming route, but I'm not sure if I like it over a portal key. Oh, team fight in the jungle.
Yeah, he couldn't ulti in time. He got locked out a little too long there, and he was running in as if like clearly that was the game plan, but unable to do so. So well played actually by New Generation right there. But it's one of those kind of, well played in that moment, kind of a golf clap, but then you look at the big picture and you're like, okay, well, Hearts Communicate is still feeling pretty good about where they're at in this game right now.
So Forrest picks up a Gnomes and an Energizer, so he's going very like early game items, doesn't want to go for like some big flash farming tool, because he did have a really good laning phase, so
yeah, I
think he definitely had the choice to do that if he wanted to, but I like this that he wants to play aggressively and cause pressure. And Gnomes is a pretty common pickup, I would say, on Self-Forest. And the Soul Reaper on the other team, or for Legion, also has one, and they could pretty much anticipate that, so evening it out with both sides having one for themselves.
Yeah. I know we talked about Soul Reaper, though. It's like, it makes sense why he wants to flash farm. But this is that moment, too, where you're like, okay, maybe with the Gnome's Wisdom, that's where we can start seeing a little bit more out of it. And frankly, New Generation needs that because they are falling into a big deficit right now. So
last year, the smokes are breaking.
Could be a big fight. Oh, no, the zombie apocalypse. Panda's like, wait a second, this is not going to game plan. He's going to run. VC doing a good job of helping him stay alive initially.
They could maybe turn. Midas has a combo coming back up. He's not going to go for a transmute, though. They just want to retreat, I guess. They used a lot of their heals defensively to save the Panda, so They're trying to reset the fight now.
Well, Soul Reaper also didn't have his ulti up until just now, so maybe a little more confident that he's got his demonic execution here. And NG also just came over with energy field ready. So yeah, they're definitely ready to fight now on the side of New Generation. But unfortunately for them, it doesn't seem like Hard to Communicate's interested in doing so anymore. I mean, Puppet's farming top. You got Lord South Forest farming middle in the meantime. So this is what we call space created right now.
Yeah, we haven't talked a lot about Puppet this game, but he's been just quietly farming well for 85 gold per minute. Has a Shroud, has 1600 gold. You think it's just a Shrunken Head follow-up, or is there something else like he's maybe thinking about that he needs this game?
For the Puppet? Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, well, Shrunken's really good this game, actually.
Maybe too greedy to go for straight Injuro, I would imagine. Probably wants the Shrunken.
Legendary.
It doesn't, and they also got this Gravekeeper, who, by the way, there you go, gets another kill on Jonas. At the top lane, they got burst from him right now. They're not concerned on lacking burst damage. So, yeah, I think that Shrunken would make the most sense, but obviously have to do me. And oh, he might get a kill here, by the way. Engineer being hunted. Yep, and she's just trying to simply get some wards down, and there's that blow up onto him. So we got a 10,000 gold lead now at this point. Yikes.
Yeah, Hubboard's looking really solid here, and I want to say they have like the stronger late game with the South Forest Puppet combo. Like Soul Reaper, yes, he can scale very well and go into late game as like a big threat, but with the Panda, only 200 GPM is like that really solid like second core. The Midas not really like taking off either. It's not looking like that great going into mid game for Legion, and I don't know if they can. I don't want to be like negative here, but I don't know if they can actually like deal with Hellborn late game as well. That's gonna be troublesome. Bot lane.
Oh, bot lane. They spent the last 20 seconds chasing this accursed, and then that happened.
And he's not dead.
And he's not even dead. They get killed. Yikes. Yeah, Gravekeeper. Obviously, good TP in from him. Accursed is still alive. Panda's charging in. It's like, come on, please. Let's just kill the Accursed. Well, actually, Gravekeeper's a better kill, so I'll go for that. The head smash, and that is going to be a free kill on him and when it's all said and done. So Lord South Forest and Puppet, everyone else really is here just a little too late. So at least a little something for New Generation, but that was almost comical to watch there, certainly. Puppet ends up going the Blessed Orb, by the way, so yeah, so much for the safer
Nullstone, maybe?
passive route, but...
I mean, it could be a Geoman, but normally you'd buy the Firebrand first, so I think it's gotta be Nullstone. Maybe he feels the Soul Reaper ulti or the Panda, like, catching him are, like, the real two big threats that he has to, like, play around. I guess I understand it, but I don't think it's what I would have done necessarily.
Yeah. We did
Would
see
you
the
have bought
tablet
a
finish on
Nullstone?
Gravekeeper. What I kind of I like how you really let's see my top tier game. I don't know. I mean, yeah, Pandemonium. No, I would not got him. Nullstone, no. I think the BKB are just much more the aggressive.
Yeah.
But who cares what you got when you're just blowing up heroes left and right? Like we see there, Zombie Apocalypse used and pretty much everything else. And that's okay. I mean, when that's happening to your Soul Reaper, it's like, all right, the one positive.
They're just getting overran right now.
This is game one of a best of 5 here. What you got? So that's what I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Still plenty of series left.
Oh yeah, for sure, and it's also something to think about, like while they sit in here in the game. It's like try to like think about maybe what didn't go the way that they had expected, or like why the game reached to this point. And then if they can think about that in the next few minutes, they can, you know, throw in the towel, go to the next game, and then try to remedy that issue when they go to draft game number 2. But yeah, the lead is getting to be pretty massive. 12,000, 14,500 at 18 minutes. And on top of that, we discussed how they're kind of the stronger team the longer the game goes. So it's all looking the best, but a lot of series still left. So that's good.
Yeah, as far as this game is concerned, I mean, I guess there's a Nullstone officially finished, by the way. Well, at least it was purchased. It will be delivered. Midas's impact has also been very minimal too from the Legion side. Certainly could have used a lot more out of him, and also that not to happen with Solar again, just getting blown up as he's found by 3 South Force, leading the way right there. Energy Field going to do some work. Accursed, popping his ultimate. Eventually wears off South Force, so as soon as the Energy Field is down, he goes right back in, and these mines are not intimidating nearly enough. And he's already got that searing light. He's just running at them with no fear at this point. And Puppet Master and Battles will show up in GG. Yeah, that's, there you go. You know, pre-20-minute victory on the side of Hard to Communicate. It's one of those, like I said, it's a long series, though. Nothing to be ashamed about there. It's simply game one. I don't know. Outdraft? I don't really know if that was the case. It was just felt like pretty solid, better play overall.
I don't know if I would necessarily say outdraft, but the way the lanes went, it felt like the Midas didn't have as much impact as the Gravekeeper. The South Forest getting the early kill on Panda top lane hurt the Pandemonium quite a lot, I would say, because once the South Forest got all the armor stacks items, you saw, like, even with the Engineer, level 6 Panda, that should be a kill on the South Forest. Early game South Forest does not have a lot of armor, and then that rotation, like, they spent time trying to kill the South with 2 heroes. That's also time not spent in the bot lane tri-laning 3v3. So, very unfortunate that the South was able to, like, take off in the top lane, forcing the Panda to play more of, like, a roamer, and giving up, like, that third core hero that they definitely needed in order to compete with a pretty farm Puppet and South Forest. So I think as far as like draft goes, though, if you want me to be like critical, when they picked up a Midas very late in the draft, right? And when you run a Midas core, you typically want like a support or a roamer in the team that can just point click stun somebody. If you can just have easeability in your draft, and I think that's very important for like these amateur or newer teams that are like playing together, make your draft like as easy as possible to execute. It should not be overly complicated. Just pick stuff that's like really easy to go into a fight, click your spells, and then have your core heroes, who in this case it would be a Midas, be able to land those combos on 1 to 2 targets. If it's easy to do, you're gonna have more success, generally speaking.
Yeah. Oh, definitely some great insight right there. So all right, well, we got game 1 in the books. We got a 20-minute victory essentially for Hard to Communicate, but best of 5 series, so 1-0 lead. Plenty of time to react for New Generation going into game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. I'm Break CBK, joined by What You Got. We'll be back here on the Paradise League Amateur Tournament coverage with our grand finals. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hopefully you were patiently waiting by, getting ready for this game number 2, because, well, that was a quick one. That was a quick game number 1, so not much patience needed, I guess, as about a 20-minute victory for Hard to Communicate, as they looked good. You know, you mentioned maybe a little bit outdraft, there was outplay, but you know what? It was game 1 of a best-of-5 series, so almost like if you're a new generation, forget it happened, let's move on. Game number 2. We'll see what happens. I'm Breaky CBK, joined by What You Got once again. And the bands have completed. The pick's about to begin. Engineer still on the board, I'm noticing.
Yeah, he is. That'd be a pretty good first pick option, but they go with Lord Self-Forest instead, and why not? It worked for them last game. Let's try it again.
It definitely worked for them last game, but you made a really good point. It's one of those. Yeah, obviously, yeah, you've been playing HoN for a very long time. It's one of those like you really have been playing a lot. What is wrong with you, man? No,
things.
No, but when a kill like that happens, it's a 2 versus 1. They went for the gank on South Forest. You mentioned he got a little too much farm though. He had that shield of the 5, and they underestimated how much tankiness he really had. So he turns on Panda, and it's like a moment like that could just really set the tone of a game. So yes, these teams overall just maybe evenly matched, but it's stuff like that happens that it makes it seem like it was a complete stomp and outmatched in that one game there. But yeah, so I'm sure they're going to make some adjustments to that Lord South Forest here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope so. They definitely don't want that hero like skyrocketing early game, because definitely scales really well, and he becomes hard to deal with. So I hope they have something up their sleeve here to pick. I mean, they see it once again as the first pick, I believe, was the same as last game. So, you know, you have 5 picks to try to address the Self-Forest specifically. And they're going to go with Kraken and Monarch, which I would say that's a pretty solid opener. Very solid support option, as well as Kraken being a flexible laning hero. He can go to any lane. Typically likes to play position 3 or 2. Can play both very well. I wouldn't really say like they should do this or should do that. I think it's just gonna come down to like what else they want to pick around the Kraken. I would say he's fairly reliable on position 3. Just stick him in this like a side lane, and let him either go into the blender lane or get him a 1v1 lane where he can do well and get an early blink, and he'll do a lot for them. And then the Monarch, of course, top tier support hero, very good as well. Can go to any lane, support any team composition. And they also pick up like an Engineer Magnus now on the other side. The Monarch ultimate is really good for disrupting combos like that. Just removing at least like 1 or 2 of the stuns. So if Magnus goes in, stuns like 2 to 3 or more, Monarch can be ready to remove that stun.
Yeah, Magnus, another one of those heroes, mentioned Soul Reaper last game, and Magnus certainly one of those heroes that got a lot of changes in that patch that took place. Kraken's even another one, though. It's so I am very intrigued to see how he plays here. As you're getting at, maybe going to see that position 3 Kraken. But yeah, NG Magnus, that is a combo that we've seen plenty throughout history.
Have you played or like seen Kraken like a lot since he got?
No. Magnus, yes, I played him multiple times. Seen him obviously play, but yeah, Kraken, no. So yeah, is he like better?
I want you to pay attention. Like if we get to mid and late game, how like massively large the Kraken multi is, because it got one of its buffs, aside from some others to like splash and tsunami charge, was the radius of the level 2 and 3 ultimate got bigger. It also got, I think, some like numbers changes. I don't want to go like too much into detail about the Kraken, but the big one for me is like the radius of the Kraken ulti. It's very noticeable, like when you're in the midst of a team fight in mid game. It's very large in my opinion. So,
all right, for the big Kraken ultimates.
Yeah,
in this mid game, if we get to that point, last game, I kind of get past that early game phase, so. Obviously, a new generation is certainly hoping for that this time around. They go Swiftblade, Demented Shaman as 2 heroes for the 3rd and 4th pick. A good carry support combo there. Also, Swiftblade does feel really good against, I guess, really all 3 heroes even. On the Legion side right now, that spin is going to provide plenty of value. in a game like this. So Swiftblade does seem like just a solid core.
He Switchblade in general is like a pretty interesting hero right now. I will say, like, the times that I've seen or even played him myself, he at times can feel underwhelming. But what he's good at doing is, like you said, he's good at fighting into these like aggression lanes if they want to run the NG Magnus as a pressuring off lane. The Switchblade can be good if he's able to dodge spells. And I say if because when you go up against a Magnus with an instant stun, it's very difficult sometimes to like telegraph that. And even though the Switchblade has the Blade Frenzy, the Magnus and NG can still catch him and do a lot of damage. And then NG also has the turret, which is really important in that matchup, that he can push the Switchblade through the spin. So on paper, you would think the Switchblade's really good, but in reality, when you actually play this lane, sometimes it doesn't always feel that great to be the Switchblade. Now, the good news for them is that they have 2 defensive supports. So with both a Shaman and a Monarch, that will make his life a lot easier if they end up laning that way.
Huh. Doomy making a point that he really wanted that Puppet Master again, so they oblige and pick it up and sort of swap things around as the Rally final pick also comes out. So there's our 5 hero lineup on the side of Hard to Communicate. And now we got New Generation trying to figure out how they want to finish. So probably a mid hero, you would suspect at this point.
Go with Alonia. You called it.
Easy.
So
Alonia.
it looks like Kraken position 3, which is, I think, what is going to probably be their best option here. I'm wondering if they're going to try to like lane long or if they want to just run like 2-1-2 somehow. But both Kraken and Alonia are heroes you, I think, more or less want to solo lane. So they would have to dual lane one of those. And I guess if you had to pick one, you'd probably dual lane the Kraken, so the Alonia can kind of take off and go into the jungle, because she's the only hero right now in their team that's like really efficient at doing early jungle stacks. So give her the solo XP, in my opinion, would be the best choice. Kraken is going long lane, and this was actually their mid player from last game, so they're swapping some roles up a bit. That's always fun to see as well, when the players aren't necessarily like role locked in their teams. But Legion wants to send 4 to top lane for now. I don't know if this is just like a bloodlust attempt, perhaps, and then Puppet Master actually going very deep here with Rally.
I mean, it seems like a bloodlust attempt for sure, right? It's just a matter of will they find the option. If Dimension Shaman gets a little curious. Monarch, maybe? Ooh, off to the right, kind of split up.
They
saw something.
There's a ward on this pillar from both sides, and the one placed from I think it's Hellborn here, if I'm clicking correctly, was placed earlier, so that would mean they spotted the Legion's ward. And
yes,
Rally will now start moving to mid lane.
Yeah, it definitely was spotted placed earlier, so yeah, that's a good heads up there from the Hellborn side. Managed to get out there first and
Is Magnus trying to ward this easy cap as well? The way he was like positioning himself in the cliff, it was like he was trying to direct path. I don't know if I saw that correctly or not, but they have one more ward on them, and he's under vision again. So if he places this ward to try to block this camp, they would actually end up seeing both of the wards being placed, which would be very unfortunate.
He's just going to be the ward, right? For 30 seconds at least.
Yeah, perhaps he's just going to body block it himself.
Yeah. So yeah, he'll just block it here, and then I'm sure he'll move on, keep the ward for now. But yeah, that would be unfortunate if they see him place and then they just counter ward it immediately. Either way, there you go, blocks it, and he's got the boot. So we do have a good old try versus try lane once again. This is going to be at the top side, and immediately Swiftblade. He's gonna have to get that spin off eventually. That is a death damage. I mean, it's just the spin is great against, in theory, against all this crowd control. But as you're talking, it's like, if you can't use it, then it doesn't actually matter, and that's basically what happened right there.
Yeah, I would say this is oversight by the Hellborn side. At least one of the 2 supports should have held the skill point to spec into a defensive spell, especially like you wait and see like who gets the initiation off. And It could have been either one, to be honest. I think probably Shaman would have been better to have Healing Wave there, because the Magma stunned into the Creep Wave as well. Like, they could have returned a lot of damage. The Monarch could set up with the Q, but I think it was like an oversight to like insta-skill your primary abilities on the 2 supports. Because they definitely could have turned that with the other spells. Even if they had like level 1 Chrysalis, that would have been completely fine. Because at that point, the Legion overextended.
I'm definitely taking notes right here as to the lesson.
Don't auto-skill your hero, Breaky. Always wait to see the situation you're put into. It's very important. Mid lane, Alonia forced to use Apple, almost died there.
That was very close. I thought for sure he's dead, but the Apple is mentioned, coming out just in time, saving the day. But now the Striders, Magmus. Striders and Wind Whistle, by the way. This is a fast Magmus. He's zoom, but Alonia able to keep her distance, and unless she gets a little too impatient here, Jonas maybe should be fine. Magmus, yeah, not going to waste too much time sticking around, or decided what to do. Top lane,
well, he's not top. This is the one drawback to roaming and trying to set up an early kill on mid, is that he's not actually laning in the tri lane. And so, you know, aside from talking about the mistake that I think that the Hellborn team did, I wanted to say that I actually think their tri lane is stronger. Mostly because the Swiftblade is a really good counter to the Puppet Master. If he's able to just run in with spin, there's literally nothing the Puppet can do. He relies on his spells being clickable and targetable through being magic type, so if he's spinning, he cannot cast those. And not only that, but you'd never want to be a Puppet with a Swiftblade on top of you spinning. So if they're able to position correctly and get the initiation, really good 2-man stun from the Magmus, by the way, so that's going to be a kill for the Legion side Monarch here.
But Swiftblade unable to get the return kill on Engineer. That's where you got to be a little careful if Swiftblade's able to get that spin off as mentioned, but good job killing the Monarch and getting out. That is interesting to me, though, because honestly, as a more frankly a noob,
you remember in the old days, Breaky, we would always see Puppets versus Swiftblades, and the Swiftblades were always stronger than the Puppets in lane. Yeah.
This combo, though, that's a lot of locked in uphill attacks, though, never your friend. Swiftblade's running in.
This should be a kill on the engine. He has boots, and he knows that.
Right. And should be able to safely get out.
But you saw there the level 2 Blade Frenzy. Didn't the damage like feel kind of underwhelming? Like how long it took him to kill the low life engineer?
Yeah, it did.
You remember how strong that used to be a long time ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Swiftblade, this is what I meant when he was picked in the draft. The Swiftblade kind of feels a little underwhelming as like a hero nowadays, but he's still really good at like doing what he does, which is once he gets on top of his targets, he should be able to at least kill one person.
I'm surprised I didn't commit to the Monarch kill, but it makes a little more sense. Magmus didn't have enough mana for a stun, so it's not worth really chasing for no reason. Rally, slam a jamma on a Kraken.
Yep, he slammed the floor.
Got pissed off. The seismic slam. Showing his anger and gets the kill on Kraken. So that's a missed the rotation initially, but it looks like simply went in there. South Forest got some damage off initially and free kill, and that means South Forest is having a great time. But well, Rally's the one having a very good time, especially with that kill. 500 GPM already.
Yeah. Initiation on the Monarch from Magmus. Now Puppet's in a really aggro position, but he does a good job of eating the trees. I think it won't be enough though.
Yeah, rotation.
There is the power of Swiftblade. Gets on top of Puppet. Not much he can do. Now, granted, that was a positioning and numbers issue, but still, the principles are there.
It's a level 3 spin now, so the damage is enough.
Yeah, and this is where the Swiftblade's scary. Level 5 with Ghost Marchers, level 3 spin, Puppet's level 3 with Red Boots. In theory, there should be no way Puppet can stay in this lane and lane. If I was Legion in this position, I am rotating my Puppet Master out of top immediately. Like, there is no way to keep him up in this lane. As long as the 2 supports from Hellborn come back up here, they should continuously just pressure this Puppet and make him unable to farm.
Definitely safe to say this game's going much better for New Generation. Yeah, it's approaching only 6 minutes, so very early on, of course, but yeah, again, last game, hard to communicate, really just dominated from the beginning, didn't stop, and 20-minute victory. So, but Rally, fallen one, he's still working off of that momentum, and he's trying to figure out where he wants to go next. He's heading towards top lane. If he finds maybe the Demented Shaman, he is, and he's going to see, wait a second.
I don't know if he can actually kill him, though. He has cape. I mean, he has to proc the cape.
Oh, no.
It doesn't even proc there, so he's fine.
Yeah, you're right. That's actually the one hero
It's the wrong support to run into, because even if he stun ulties, he'll just get healed back up.
Yeah. It's funny you say that, because I would have definitely Seismic Slam right there, and then been like, wait a second. God damn it, I thought it killed him! Stupid Shaman. But yeah, he's slightly better than me, so had the heads up right there.
Two flashes. Boom.
Easy kill. All right, this tri-lane, hey, you're right to call. I mean, it's definitely starting to feel a lot better as the levels have added up here for a new generation.
I will say, Breaky, like in general, tri-laning is very difficult. When you have 3 players in the same lane trying to coordinate all your like abilities and do everything correctly, it's something even like players struggle at the high level. I know a lot of teams like really shy away from tri-laning because, you know, if you're not coordinated like extremely well and you mess up a tri-lane like really early, it can actually like really affect the entire game if like you lose it too early.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we've seen that many times. So you always run that risk when you run a tri-lane of like make 1 or 2 crucial mistakes and then the whole game can just spiral out of control. So it's definitely not. I just want to stress, like, it's definitely not easy to run tri-lanes.
Well, bit of a 2 versus 2 right now that Swiftblade is going to try to take advantage of, and they do. Engineer got caught initially by the Monarch, and that's a free setup kill.
Self-Forest in the bot lane, so he was 0-1. I was paying attention to the like GPMs and pre-farms of both players. They're almost identical, and even when Kraken was 0-1 and the South was 0-0-0, the GPM was like a 25 difference. Now it's about 70 difference with the kill. Still not too big of a gap, but Kraken's actually doing really well being in the long lane. In that 1v1. Lonia! Boom. Dead. Slam the floor there. Again.
Gets deleted. Yeah, I think it's safe to say Fallen 1 has won this matchup mid pretty decisively. Alonia's not having a good time. 180 gold per minute, has 3 deaths already. That's one of those cases you gotta go somewhere else. You gotta recover some way somehow as the mid hero. So we'll see what he does after this death, especially. But yeah, how about that Kraken though? That's solid to see. Now, as I say this, he's taking some good damage right here, but he's gonna be fine. He's got steam boots though and an iron shield, so we'll see what he builds.
So the good news is, even though the Alonia is having a bad time, they won top so handedly that they forced the puppet out of top. I did say that this had to happen, so it's good that Legion recognized this as well. But now with the puppet leaving top, they can reallocate their supports around the map. As I cannot finish my statement here. We got Self-Forest dying in the tower. He's trying to get a counter kill on the Kraken. It's gonna be fine though. Monarch should be using the Chrysalis. Yeah. I don't know why he was waiting so long. Because it will actually prevent some of the damage, even though it does not like remove the buff or anything, debuff.
Yeah.
But so back to my point is that with the supports now being able to freely move around the map, that means they can stack the jungle and stick Alonia in there, which is what she needs to do, and she already started doing that. So that is good presence of mind from Melbourne to start doing that.
Yeah. But speaking of presence of mind, look at Rowley. He's heading up here with a smoke. If he finds Alonia especially, that would really just feel unfortunate for him. But Swiftblade, oh man, just out of range of exposing an Alonia. Jonas, I'm feeling for you. No.
Oh no, he actually like ran back on the Alonia. Like that was, I wouldn't even say that was like bad from Rowley, just unfortunate.
That's one of those. It's like you get pissed off. You're like, why didn't you do what I thought you were going to do?
He just stutter stepped like at the perfect time. It just happens. I don't know how else to say it. It just sometimes that just happens.
Spider senses tingling perhaps for Jonas, but either way, he avoids a certain death right there on Rally. That's big. I mean, I won't say Fall though. He's been all over the map. I mean, he immediately teleports bottom. He wants to set up this kill on Kraken now. He's got a seismic slam. He wants to use it badly. But Kraken, Silence doing a good job of realizing he's missing. Not going to expose himself too much here. Oh, they may go overkill themselves. Demented.
Kraken's invis, yeah. He's trying to line up the charge. Oh, he's just going to go... Okay, not how I thought he was going to do it. Still going to work, though. They had enough damage.
Got a little impatient there, but it does work out in the end, so that's what matters. Yeah, that was a close call. But well played.
And this looks like a different game number 2, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
The tides have swung back for the new generation team now. And although Rally had like such a good start, 4-0, he was 500 GPM. He's kind of forced to try to make some space for his team because the Puppet needs space to recover, and the South is now 0-3. He actually lost 125 GPM with all that map movement he did in the last like 2 minutes.
True.
And now he'll go back to mid lane to try to once again like focus back on his game. Probably wants to either go for something like a Blink or a Staff. I would imagine the Blink probably in this game because his role is going to be more of like initiate and make space. But we'll see what Fallen One decides to do here.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Looking at that GPM certainly dropping, and it's like, yeah, it's definitely not to the fault. It's just understandably, who wants to make kills happen, he certainly can. It's just they've done a good job on New Generation side though, avoiding it for these last 2 or 3 minutes, and thus his farm has fallen off. But yeah, making up farm in the mid lane as mentioned. Kraken, another 1,000 gold saved up on him. How is that Swiftblade doing though? We got a sustainer, so it's like the rune cleaver is coming.
I think it's good he's going for cleaver this game. We do see a lot of Swiftblades nowadays go for like energize or mock route in whatever order, but the point is they go for the mock instead of the cleaver, and I don't really think that this is necessarily a mocked game. Because there's only really going to be maybe like 2 portal keys at max that the luck is... Oh, he gets a kill there. He actually spun over the mines too. That was very close to almost wearing off.
Wow. And
he could have maybe died. Those are level 3 mines, so that would definitely kill him. But yeah, I don't think this is a mock game personally. The evasion you get from mock is always nice, but I don't think like going up against Puppet and South, he's gonna necessarily care about evasion in this game.
That was a little funny right there.
That's for the spin TP, yeah. Rally compelled himself out or teammate?
Well, yeah, he went to Seismic Slam. I think he thought like they might have been running down to him downhill, but then he got stunned as he was in Seismic Slam animation, so it was a little funky there. But then, yeah, he compelled away, and it's a lot for the easy TP out. But either way, Swiftblade gets out after finishing that ring cleaver, as you're talking about, so decides to ultimately go for Monarch. Though left behind.
Monarch.
And it's certain death there.
He gets his crippling fallen off, though. That might be enough to get them a kill on South. Actually, they're going to turn their attention. Ooh. Who are they going for? Magnus, maybe? He's got stun up in 1 second, though. I don't think they're going to be able to catch him.
What do they have? Yeah,
they have entangle on him for what, a few seconds, 7 seconds. It's only level 1 though, so it's the stun is like very minimal at this point. Yeah, I think they're not going to actually be able to catch anyone here. Could be wrong, but I foresee Magnus and NG being able to just walk away.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's almost just, not worth it.
Prior to this dive on the Monarch, which was really good, they got the kill and then they forced a lot of rotations from Hellborn. The Kraken was down in the bot lane with a free like tower push, and he's cutting the wave now. And I don't know if they have anybody ready to defend this. The Puppet has TP on cooldown. The NG doesn't have one, couldn't really defend that anyways. The Magnus maybe, but he has to run away right now. And Self has no mana, so this is going to be a tower kill in the bot lane. I'm pretty sure. Nobody's really able to defend that. But this was happening for like the last like 30 to 45 seconds. He was just pushing the tower freely.
Let's get it on.
Which is a little interesting to me because Kraken's definitely a hero, especially with the levels that he has. Okay, as I say this, he is going to actually TP out. Okay, they get the tower kill though.
Yeah, the tower's going to go mid.
And he's going to try to deny this tower mid. So yeah, good reaction from Silent. But I was going to say, a hero that can be very active if and when needs be.
Okay, he gets it. I thought he mistimed it. It was close.
But now we expect him to perhaps start being a bit more active as South Forest gets killed in the jungle there. He's a little too deep. They go on a Kraken. Don't know about that, though. With support coming near, yeah, you got to be careful.
Ace did rally, so I think he didn't want to try to go. Oh, that's a big compel. Couldn't get the slam off, though. Good silence from the Monarch.
He's got the haste. He's taking advantage of it, certainly. Toying with him, really. So he'll be fine, too. But yeah, that would have been big. He got
wasn't there. Ooh. That was gonna be spicy.
All right, but
Kraken's
big
got
item
PK now.
pickups. Yep. The Kraken's got the PK. I think Lightbrand just finished on Alonia, so Jonas is a recovery, and that's good to see for the side of New Generation. But exactly, the PK on Kraken, he smokes up. This is the timing now where you got to make a Kraken play.
Yeah, and he could I think he can solo the puppet right now. So being level 12 with a PK, he's choosing to go top. Maybe he wants to try to kill the rally, but he'll need team support to do that. They're already porting up here on the Shaman, and Swipblade's running over with really good farm so far. Cleaver and already building into Hungry Spirit. They're actually going to fall back, though. And Kraken ends up showing himself on the creep wave. They should have spotted that, I believe.
Yeah, probably. But either way, they're playing way too defensive. Yeah, Demented Shaman, I think, went just a little too early right there and caused them to...
I really would have liked Kraken to have gone bottom with the Veiled Drop. Mostly because I think he could have solo killed the puppet, whereas the heroes he wanted to go for top were, I think, where he needed an extra hero to help him. And now the puppet has the finish route. It'll be a little bit more difficult to catch him if he's able to be slippery there with the invis in time.
You want to make sure you're carrying some smoke now if you're the Hellborn side especially. So that Shroud pickup. But top tower goes down in favor of a New Generation. And I guess I didn't realize it until I'm looking at it right here. But man, 5,400 gold lead for them. That's actually a pretty comfortable lead at this point in the game. I did just see a blink picked up on Rally, though. So, again, Fallen One really doing his best.
They might try to go here, but Magnus will need to run in first. I actually don't know if they have they're going to need both ultimates to kill the Kraken.
Oh,
Very good PK from the Kraken. Now the TP support can come in.
yeah, it's not worth spinning the seismic slam. And Lord Sephora's going to use his ultimate. Comes the Clinic Shock, though, and Sephora's, he's in trouble. He's just dead, frozen in the midst of the fight. Nowhere to go but to the grave. Rally, he'll just go left and he'll be fine.
Kraken, even with the Undying on him, chasing forward. Oh, he blinks the wrong direction. Unfortunate. Didn't know where the engineer went. They might see him now, actually.
Oh, yeah, he's dead.
Oh, Shaman's going to catch him from the flank. So yeah,
Shaman's just going to easily cut him off. Yeah, Rally didn't have his blink delivered yet, and I think that was critical of what happened right there, too. It was being flown out to him, so he still didn't have it as they went to engage there. But, yeah, either way, that was a disaster of an initiation. I mean, just like that's another 2,000 gold favor for New Generation. Swiftblade, he's taking some of the Legion jungle now. He's got another Parasite to go with the Rune Cleaver, so Ball Sauce is... The
problem with that initiation, you know, aside from how they executed it, was I think the idea itself wasn't ultimately good anyway, because at that point, if you're overextending into the tower and you need to like commit all your spells and you still can't like kill him that fast, you always have to keep in mind that the team support of Kraken can port in, and you're risking losing 2 players for only 1. So either way, I think it was like a very risky play to go for.
Not much action brewing just yet. Kraken, he is smoked up though. With the Blink. Blink just purchased by Alonia too, so the catch continues on the Hellborn side. They are going to go for Kongor. Double damage active on Swiftblade makes it a lot easier of a choice. And Kraken's just going to be the offensive lineman, just sitting in front and making sure that no one's going to come and try to stop.
I'm not sure I like the Blink pickup. Not that the item is bad,
Alonia!
but yeah, he's got cape on him. Shaman was like,
Monarch?
Gets his heal off. He's fine.
Swiftblade's running in at double damage. Still on him, I believe. On the side's bouncing around. They shred Rally to pieces, and they catch Force in the back as well. Uh-oh, he's going to be pulled in. Release the Kraken. Savage sick. 4 Ball Sauce now on the Swiftblade. So not only do they get Kongor, but they get a couple of big hero kills. Yeah, hard to communicate. They just got in there way too late.
Legendary.
And they're also going to lose NG. The disaster. Oh, nice spin. The mine's
Kraken
unsuccessful.
able to tank those, luckily. Yeah, so back to the portal key pickup from Alonia. It's not so much that the item is bad. I don't think he needed to go Portal Key right now. I would have much rather seen him just finish a Grimoire. And I think he could have even like. So I would prefer the Grimoire, and then I think he could even have gone like post haste because it's only 1,300 gold to upgrade the Striders, and then he can just be like wherever the Kraken wants to go in and initiate and assist from far away. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't really think they needed this Portal Key actually. I think they're fine with him being a bit more greedy and playing for his own game. He's only 900 HP as well. Like, I feel like at this point, if he still gets caught by any spells, he more or less dies unless the team support is like really quick to react. So, not a bad pickup, but not what I would have liked personally.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I 100% see what you're saying. In a game like this, with the status of the game, is certainly the Grimoire perhaps would have made been a bit more valuable. But either way, he's got the blink and so a little more tension with the team as well. But you got hard
Engineer
to
placing mines in the trees here. They're actually not going to run into them though. They actually find the puppet. That's huge.
Oh no!
Oh no!
He bounced back though.
Oh.
I mean, they're going to lose Rally and Engie still, so they still get some big kills. But the Rally's saving Puppet Master, essentially.
One more bounce was all they needed. He's like 130 life or something.
But I don't know if that's really worth it at the same time, Rally.
My jaw dropped, Ricky. You can't see it, but I was... When that Swiftblade ulti bounced over to Rally, I couldn't believe it.
I mean, either way, big picture, it just continues to be more and more of a lead growing for New Generation now, trying to even up this series at one apiece after that pre-20-minute victory for
gotta be
HTC.
Careful here. He's going down here to farm. Might have to tablet the TP.
Yeah, we're at that point of the game now where if you're HTC, you got to be a little extra greedy sometimes. This is part of that. Self-Forest trying to farm where he can, but it's not going to matter. He's just dead. Despite his combo on Alonia.
Self-Forest game from game number 1. It's really good to see that Hellborn made adjustments and they addressed making sure that the Self-Forest didn't have that same caliber of game as he did in the first meeting, because that was like really hard for them to deal with. The Swiftblade has a Nullstone now.
Sure does.
Honestly, it's not that bad because, like, the thing that really can screw him over this game is getting caught by a Puppet Master Puppet Show. As long as he gets spin off, I think he's good to go.
Yeah, it's not like he's lacking damage. That's very evident throughout this game. He's got plenty of it, so he's got 2 defensive supports around him. The Lincolns also allows him to extra help get that jump.
Hey, what now?
What's up?
You say Lincolns?
Did I say Lincolns?
You did.
I did say Lincolns. What's a Lincolns?
Yeah, hey, what's that item?
We've been saying Shrunken this whole time. Come on.
Okay, fine. I'll let this one slide.
Well, thank you. God, don't put my mistake, guys. I swear. Fuck that game, right? I mean, HoN's the best.
1-1. We're tied up, so it's back to an even series once again.
Yeah, it is. And I'm glad. I'm happy to see that. Like I said, that first game, nothing against HTC by any means, but it's to see a 20-minute stomp in the first game, and it's like, wait a second, I thought these teams were a little more evenly matched than that, and we certainly got that in game 2. I feel like, and if anything, we got a good series ahead of us as we hoped for. So that's gonna tie it up at 1, and at least 2 more games to come, if not a potential 5th and final game, as a result of all this happening. But anything else before we go on the break?
Good response from New Generation. It's what I love to see. You know, recognize what didn't go well in the first game, capitalize, and just play HoN.
Play HoN. I love it. All right. Anyways, game number 3. Short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. More Paradise League amateur tournament action. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got game number 3 coming at you. This is a best of 5 series, so with it being 1-1, well, we at least have 2 more games, potentially even a 5th and final game. Not to get too ahead of ourselves, but looking forward to, again, more of a good series here. So I'll break CBK, joined by What You Got once again, and New Generation taking on Hard to Communicate here in this amateur tournament. It's been a great event. Yesterday, of course, the group stages, 7 teams competing. They did a best of 1 against every other team, so 6 matches in total. Ultimately, the top 2 teams advancing on to today, and that's how we got here. So it's been fun. It's been a good time. We had the first 2 games that felt good, but even series as we hoped for. The bans have completed, though. Balfour, Bushwhack, Flux, Plague Rider, Accursed, and Circe. And now the picks once again to come. And, we see our Lord Salforus was picked up both those first 2 games right away. We'll see if they do it again this time around. But Demented Shaman is going to be the first pick. And, well, they did win with the Demented Shaman last game. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality.
So they're not going with the first pick, Salforus, this time around.
Nope.
And it did work really well for them in game 1. But they got addressed in game 2, so maybe we'll still see a Salforus, but maybe like later on in the draft. We'll have to wait and see. They end up going with Monarch and Madman so far.
Yeah, a bit of a takeaway. I mean, well, kind of. I mean, Monarch, as you mentioned, though, is really just a top-tier support, so they'll gladly pick it up for themselves, of course. But, yeah, Demented Shaman Monarch was on the side of New Generation last game, so. But, yeah, they take it for themselves, go with the Madman carry. Again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going to go with Kraken, and they have to go another different support. So Pearl, that's a good option too. A similar mentality there. A bit more defensive, but also does bring offense, though, at the same time.
Yeah, so this draft's looking very similar to last game. I think the Pearl was Monarch last game, right? They had a Monarch and a Demented Shaman. So Pearl pretty much filling that same role, I would say, just a different hero choice. What's nice about the Pro, at least this game, is they can purge the Chrysalis from the Monarch, so I think it was a smart pick coming up from this is New Generation, right? On Legion? Yeah, okay. So that was a good pick to recognize the Pearl as a somewhat useful option here.
That's interesting. I didn't think about it. So you can't actually purge the Chrysalis.
Yep.
And then, yeah, Pearl's extra value there. That's really good. Swiftblade, Soul Reaper, Predator, Magmus. Yeah, the Swiftblade ban. Can't say I'm surprised. Obviously, that's another hero that New Generation ran last game that did very well for them. And with a similar lineup, I think they wouldn't mind doing that again. So going to force them to at least be a different carry of choice, as Magmus, Gladiator, and Icor is how the bans will finish off. So now back over to Hard to Communicate, as they opened with the Madman Monarch.
Yeah, I still have no idea what they're planning to do here going into game number 3. They picked up what I believe will be their carry very early on. So they have choices now if they want to run more cores or if they want to go more like initiator style of heroes to follow this up. They can maybe suspect that the Kraken will be played like similarly to last game where he was stuck in a solo lane. They go with the Keeper of the Forest. Well, they have the Monarch at their disposal, so that's like the biggest counterpick to the Keeper, being able to remove root from everyone. Oh,
whoa!
So that changes things up quite a lot, I would say.
It's like an old school lineup.
Sorry, you said old school. Offlane Keeper is what I was trying to say. Offlane Keeper, and then Jungle Parasite. I think when I saw them run this, I think it was this team anyway. When they ran this Offlane Keeper, they had a I think it was a Balfagor in the jungle, and we've been seeing Balfagor getting banned, I think, the whole series. You can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but Alina Prime is like very notorious for playing Balfagor, and he played it like all day yesterday, so they're not going to have Balfagor plus Keeper combo. And they also paired that with a Flux, but that's another hero that gets banned most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we haven't really touched too much on blind bans this series, but they're targeting those bans specifically because HTC was playing that all day yesterday and doing really, really well with it. So
Yeah.
very smart of them to ban those away, but they don't have Keeper plus Balfagor specifically.
Now it's interesting too. I wonder if they already have a Pearl Demented Shaman on the Legion side, and what I'm getting at is that they're likely not going to pick up a jungle now themselves, knowing that
Probably
they're up
not,
against a jungle because they have those two. So maybe that's also part of the mentality of going that Keeper Parasite right there as well. But yeah, really committed to having the dual support at this point. They're going to go Hammerstorm and Lodestone will be the one to finish it off. Okay, well that's interesting because yeah, does that mean Kraken mid?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
So this will change their strategy up a little bit from the previous game where they ran similar heroes. Now they have like, I would say Hammerstorm is more of a hard carry compared to the Switchblade because he wants to farm jungle stacks much earlier than a Switchblade would that they had in the previous game. So I think they will look to tri-lane here. Unless they want to run something like a Demented Shaman Lodestone or a Demented Shaman Kraken lane, which doesn't really feel all that scary, I would say. And I wonder if they're going to try to go long lane with this Hammerstorm. Seeing as how they're up against the jungler, you have that option to run the long lane tri-lane versus the short lane tri-lane. Typically, when you run Hammerstorm, you can do either. But generally speaking, you want to focus stacking your own jungle so Hammerstorm can snowball. I'm going to be curious as to what Legion wants to do here. But the last pick for Hellborn was a Wretched Hag. And they were previously lacking like that big teamfight follow-up to Keeper of the Forest. I'm really glad that they picked something to pair with that because they only had one pick to do so. And that was one of the drawbacks to running the Parasite. The Parasite is more of like this single target, kill one guy, pick people off around the map type of hero, which doesn't really synergize with Keeper of the Forest playstyle. He's going to be wanting to go in, team fight, brute everyone down. Parasite's not really the jungler that kind of matches that playstyle.
I really like how we've seen just so much diversity too with strategy and hero picks, like especially on this Hellborn side for hard to communicate. I know Fallen won the mid player. I mean, he's played a completely different hero every single time in the mid lane, from Gravekeeper first game to Rally and now Wretched Hag. So stuff like that. Of course, now we're in the jungle with a Parasite, the Keeper of the Forest. You mentioned they ran it yesterday, but offline Keeper. It's awesome to see that they're mixing it up quite a bit from game to game, but. To the Hammerstorm trial lane, it looks like they are going to go more the safer route. Let's just go to our safe lane, let's go to our bottom, and make sure that Hammerstorm can not only have a good time down there, but as you're talking about, I think what's key is stack your jungle. That is so important for this hero to just really accelerate and be able to truly take over the game. So that seems to be the direction they're going to go here.
Kraken's actually... Oh, never mind. Okay. I wasn't sure what he was doing there, but yeah, so I think the Wretched Hag is a much better fit for Fallen One this game than the Rally. Rally is like, yes, he's a good laner, which is why he was able to have a good start last game in mid. But the problem with the hero when you run it core, like position 2, it doesn't really flash farm, doesn't have like any farming mechanisms. It's very reliant on having high kills and like good laning phase and like continuing that, which we saw him kind of taper off due to having to make rotations last game. And this is like part of the reason why we normally see Rally in more of a supportive role or like a position 3 role where he can get like one item and then he's really useful, but he doesn't really do the same thing that like a Wretched Hag or a Gravekeeper does, which is, they can not only flash farm, which is really important when you play a mid hero, but you can also like gank and create pressure at the same time. So you have the options to do both. Rally only is very limited in that sense. He can only do one of the two. I think he'll have a much better game here on playing the Wretched Hag this time around. Yeah. And it'll also like, it won't force him into a specific playstyle. He has the flexibility now to like, he could play slow, stack up the jungle, take out jungle stacks, play for his farm, play for gnomes and Grimoire timings. Or, he could be more aggressive and play with the Keeper, play with the Parasite if he wants to.
So so far. A very even matchup in that mid lane. 6-0 Kraken, 6-0 Hag. So keep it on par with one another. I've been having fun watching this bottom area too. Parasite is in the Legion jungle. He actually takes over Minotaur here as Demented Shaman starts to harass him a little bit. So, but Parasite only being level 2 currently, not necessarily the biggest threat. Just, yeah, he doesn't want to waste the Minotaur either with that duel right there, waste some time. So he'll just come out of it and figure out what he wants to do next. Looks like he may go for some rune control in the meantime. But Keeper's also been doing, you know, what the best that he can. He's literally sitting here next to his tower, but he's just controlling the creep wave. He's pulling it back and really trying to reposition it so he can finally start getting some experience. But so
He
far,
actually
that
hasn't
ain't
gotten any yet.
No.
Yeah.
That's rough.
I think this wave that's on the medium camp now will bypass. Actually, wait, sorry. Strike that. My brain was confused. He's getting a double wave, but it's also going to meet their double wave in the future here after this easy camp dies, which is not actually what he wants, unless the creeps all die to the tower here and then the wave pushes. Then it'll be okay. He's going to get at least some creeps. I'm thinking out loud here. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I mean, it's this whole lane control. It's one of those things like
it's tough to master. I will say,
Yeah.
and it's also hard when you have two camps that you can pull and like redirect your own creep wave to. So it's definitely not easy to always make this work. But now that he's level 2, I think he should be fine here. It takes a lot. Excuse me, a lot of damage though. He might actually have to show himself here, but the stun's not up for 5 more seconds. But there's a slow on the Pearl. This could be the Bloodlust.
sure is the Wolf Time Bloodlust. That will be Bloodlust for Pearl. Yeah, you definitely feel for the Keeper. It is a very, very difficult time down there at that bottom lane, trying to just do what he can about that lane control. But if he finally gets a little bit of experience, you mentioned, finally level 2, and then he just dies right after. But well. It's gonna happen, especially in a role like that. It's just a matter of, not letting it happen too many times. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that.
Now he's getting another full wave under tower, so hopefully he can collect more or less all of these last hits. Keeper does have high base damage, so he should be able to last it under tower relatively easily. And then he should be looking to go into Marchers so he can play around their spell range on bot lane.
Yeah, but what else with the whole lane control? Yeah, it is good. Listening to, like I said, to a very experienced player like yourself, thinking out loud about. Because honestly, a player like myself, and I gotta think, so many others, support. You gotta kind of just pull lanes just because. It's not just like, hey, I'm bored. Let's pull. I know there's like moments that you should be looking to do it in certain matchups, and it kind of fucks with the lane if you do it at certain times when you shouldn't be. But it's like stuff like that you're not really thinking about. But when you're at this level of play, you do have to understand a bit more of how that lane control can be repositioned
and also when the neutrals are stacked, they can just kill the more so when they're triple stacked, but they can just kill the creep waves in full deny. So like for example, if the medium camp is doubled and the Pearl pulls their own wave into a doubled medium, that could deny like 4 creeps to Keeper straight up.
Wow. Yeah.
Because if the neutrals are last hitting them, there's no experience given.
There's a mid lane there, so sorry about that. But mid lane Bat Blast just almost blew up the Kraken. It was not enough damage though. Demented Shaman is here and gonna start healing him up, get some regen. So Fallen One thought he had the kill. Definitely don't commit that unless you think you do, but comes up just shy. Yeah, need to be careful himself now as Kraken went in to perhaps try to make a play, but no release the Kraken, of course, with the blink. Doesn't want to risk it there.
Parasite here as well.
Oh, nice relief. Very defensive release the Kraken, but it does ensure that he is going to get away at least.
Unfortunately, he was tanking tower because the creep wave all had died, so it was a pretty good timing from Parasite to group him there. And yeah, he had to use the defensive release the Kraken, which is not what you want. Top lane, British Shaman cape is off. He is done for. And bot lane, Dust comes out on Keeper. 1 TP's coming in.
Well, 1 TP, who is it? Is it going to matter? Probably not. Wretched Dad gets there a little bit too late.
He's actually... He needs to be careful now. There's a Lunateer on the hammer. 5 seconds he has a stun. Luckily he has the illusion buff because his flash is back up. Otherwise, it was with only being a level 1 flash, that's a 12-second cooldown normally, but now it's an 8-second cooldown. And that 4 seconds could have actually mattered.
Yeah, understandable wanting to save his teammate there, but that would have been an absolute disaster if he also dies. Now, with that said, Hag is having to just kind of walk back to base. They're possibly going to lose this tower. Keeper's doing his best to keep it alive. And will do so, actually, for now. So, no tower kill. Wild Hunter, Parasite's in. Wants the kill on Pearl. Gonna go for a combo, but Pearl's, I guess, a little too tanky. She's fine. It's not enough, so Parasite
It's actually leveling the leech on Parasite, too. Typically, you want to max out Infest earlier to farm faster. But the problem with Parasite as a hero is, like, in this earlier stages, his combo damage is really low. Like, he can't really, like, solo kill people. Even with level 3 of the Leech, he's only dealing 450 magic total minus reduction, which is not a lot at all in the big picture. So typically when you play Parasite, you want to, like, get that level 4 Infest really fast and just keep farming. And then once you get, like, the Codex timing, which is like around in the 7 to 8 minute range, then you have like the necessary damage to pick off these like supports. So I actually don't even know if he's gonna go Codex this game. He only has Strider's Chalice and 1000 gold. The Codex is 2540, I believe. Yeah, so he's still pretty far off that build if he wants to go for it. But top lane, dive comes out.
Oh, it wasn't enough, and Pearl shows up, throws out the heal. Lodestone actually is going to live for now.
Big
Bat
blast.
Blast used though, so maybe not the head smash, so they will kill Lodestone. Does some good damage to Madman, but it's not going to be enough for a return, or is it? Kraken, release the Kraken, hits Parasite kinda. He needs another auto attack. He is going to get it, but now Silent, well, Silent's actually feeling fine still. He's got that double damager, and yeah, Hag's the one that needs to be careful. Not commit too much. So finally we have a really first big clash of the game. Really ends up being back and forth though, not too decisive either way.
Really like how Kraken chased after the Parasite and waited for his splash to come back up because he knew he only had he was only going to be able to hit him one more time because then the Parasite would get out of range, and he needed that splash to actually kill him, even with the DD. A good presence of mind from Kraken to make that calculation.
Mm-hmm. But I guess the big picture, though, again, it's one of those, you know, it's like to take a step back and take a look at everything else that's going on. I mean, Hammerstorm obviously just continues his free farm bottom, and they push in that bottom tower. He's going throughout the jungle right now, which has a couple of stacks in it. He's going to hit upwards of 500 gold per minute here shortly. He's got the Elder Parasite, so start seeing that accelerate more and more. How about Madman, though, on the other side? Does have a Sustainer, and, of course, going to work towards that Rune Cleaver to try to keep on par with the Hammerstorm best he can. Uh-oh, Monarch. Chrysalis gonna help keep him alive initially. Lowstone, though, the head smash is too much damage, but he and Demented Shaman go down in return, so not the fight you hoped for if you're New Generation right there. Bottom lane, Keeper of the Forest. Gonna root TP, gonna go for it. It's not enough, though. The bubble pushes him away, and Keeper of the Forest beat down by Ball Sauce.
I think Monarch could have actually removed the Chrysalis and ran away. The Parasite came in with a Skelly Grip with Lodestone under tower about to break Shadowstorm. And I think he could have maybe like got out of range because he only died because he got hit by Shadowstorm into head smash. I think he could have maybe kited there. He didn't have boots, so it's like 50-50. At least the Kraken misses on the Hag. She blinks away, but not gonna matter actually. But does get her bats off.
That was great. Actually, the Bat Blast was huge. I mean, it kills Kraken in the process. So basically an eye for an eye right there. Parasite unable to take out Pearl. Again, she is just a little too tanky. She maxed out Soothing Presence. So, yeah, she's got a big heal right there. That clearly is doing work this game. But, yeah, that was quite the exchange between the Hag and the Kraken going at it. But followed one another. You know, I was just about to say a couple of minutes ago how slow this game is, especially in comparison to the first two, but it is starting to pick up now.
Yep.
Yeah, it's picking up these last couple of minutes, though, so that's for sure.
So, Breaky, I want to get your take on the Parasite pick. I feel like it's been underwhelming. He's only 233 gold per minute. And you saw there, like, he couldn't even burst down the Pearl. As Hag gets caught behind her tower.
I can't sugarcoat that. Yeah, no, I'm with it. It's definitely not been a great Parasite game, and it kind of goes back to Parasite against more of these defensive supports, especially, and also the fact that he was basically laning with a very passive. Literally, Keeper of the Forest was sitting at his own tower for the first 3 minutes of the game. Like, I feel like you kind of need. Ideally, you'd have more of an aggressive off lane or even like a dual off lane to work with, right? That you can make some plays with. But it hasn't necessarily been the best opportunities in this game, to his credit. But
I think it comes back to like his choice to level out in the Leech over the Infest. Like, he's not really focusing on his farm. He's been trying to make plays, but it's like they're almost like forced plays. Like, he can't really secure kills on these heroes, like you said. They're defensive supports, a Lodestone, a Kraken, like, they're very tanky, even a Hammerstorm. Like, who can he realistically gank and burst? There's not really any good options. So I think it comes back to, like, the mindset. He should have been thinking more so to just hit his timings. Because like I pointed out, you want to hit that, like, 7-minute, 8-minute Codex timing if you're going to go for that. I have no idea what he's buying. He has 2,300 gold still saved up. And this is, by not spending this gold, it's every time he goes for a gank, that's less items he has to work with to try to assist him for kills. Root and Bat Blast coming out mid on Hammerstorm.
Again, Pearl there to save the day. This hero's so freaking good. Keeper of the Forest is also now in trouble. Shatterstorm doesn't really hit anybody, but New Generation is just going full beeline mode towards this Keeper. And they will run him down and get the kill. Yeah, it's just another case. These supports. Oh, Monarch also gets caught, by the way. Kraken, Chrysalis, keeping her alive a little bit longer. But the Hasted Kraken is he is going off. Silent with the hat trick. He loves this hero. Had a fantastic Kraken game in Game 2 and doing it again here in Game 3.
Keep picking the man, Kraken. He's performing.
Yeah, I think specifically Pearl is just a big issue. That maxed out Soothing Presence with the preservation as well. Every time it feels like Parasite tries to make a play, even Hag to an extent, like it gets stalled.
I would say Madman is still playing a really solid game as well. He's 530 GPM. He's not keeping up with the Hammerstorm, but I think that's mostly due to like kills and towers. Parasite getting caught. He dies.
Well, he's sitting on 2,500 gold still, by the way. I don't know what to think of that. When he buys a PK after he dies.
Yeah, as an experienced Parasite player, I would say that going PK like this, when all you have to work with is a level 4 Leech and a level 1 Facehug, he's only doing like around 500 damage, and you have to calculate armor as well. Like 500 damage on your hero that you pick to more or less free farm is like hardly anything. He cannot even solo kill these supports, so
yeah, I don't know.
I hate to say it, but this Parasite pick is not working out for them. And I had this fear when I saw the draft because like they picked the Keeper first, right?
Yeah.
Keeper screams to me team fight, and Parasite screams to me gank. And if you pick heroes that have opposite synergy, you're gonna get situations like this where things don't work out. What they could have done if they wanted to run a jungler is I would have much rather seen something like a Draconis or a Tempest. You know, something that just like groups up and causes pressure. Whereas this Parasite is just not able to do that type of role this game.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. Obviously, they're kind of stuck in a situation. They're like having to figure out how to best go about this. I mean, you mentioned Madman earlier. Doomy's doing his part. He's having a solid game. He's got the Rune Cleaver, Lifesteal now. He is somewhat keeping up with the Hammerstorm, and especially considering the situation of this game, that is pretty impressive. But we haven't really seen anything out of the Madman in terms of a big team fight yet. I mean, he's 3-0-1, so obviously he's still getting stuff done. But you know that timing's coming on the Legion side, where Hammerstorm, he's going to feel that point of like, all right, let's start making plays now. He's going to go for another Ancient stack here. I mean, he's got a BKB and lower Parasite, so I don't know if there's another item that he's necessarily waiting for before they really kind of start grouping up and pushing. But
no, I would say he could look to do Kong pretty soon if he wants to, or they could just group up and go for like top tower, for example. I would say he's probably gonna go. Oh, Mighty Blade. Is he going Frostwolf Skull? What is that gonna be? It's gotta be Frostwolf Skull, right? It's either that or Staff.
Bottom.
And I don't think he's gonna build Staff.
Well, they kill Kraken. That's big. Parasite does come in with a blink, kills Kraken. However, now taking the stuff from Hammerstorm and gets beat down himself. So it is a 1-for-1, but still favoring side of hard to communicate. They will take that Kraken kill.
Actually, I will say, like, thinking about it, I think the Frostwolf could be really good here because they have a Madman and a Keeper who are invis. The Wolves can scout those players, and then the lockdown from the second activation of the Wolves, like rooting them, is so good against heroes like Madman and Hag who are very slippery. And Hammerstorm's problem is going to be staying on targets, right? I was going to say he should go for a PK, but I actually think the Frostwolf Skull makes more sense. So I actually really like this build he's going for.
That is true, yeah. This kind of goes back to those supports. As great as they are defensively, they are not necessarily the best at keeping things in front of Hammerstorm to just smash into. So, yeah, I could see that certainly. That's the direction he ends up going right there. Lodestone obviously getting picked up at the top lane. It's well played actually by Wretched Hag. Fallen in one did a good job of kiting around him, avoiding the Shatterstorm and taking him out once he was exposed. So honestly, a couple of pickoffs here and there with the Kraken bottom, the Lodestone top, and I think hard to communicate is slowing this down to where they're able to feel a little more comfortable now. Keeper of the Forest, seeing if he's close to anything now. Not really. He's just kind of just has some standard items early on. Ghost Marches, that Ring of the Teacher.
Yesterday I saw him go Sorcery Boots into PK. So he's not actually doing that style of build this game. I'm not sure if he'll upgrade this Bracer into anything. It might just be like a laning phase Bracer.
Yeah.
Kraken catches Hag. I think that was the release the Kraken, right? Yeah, he has
Yep,
illusion
he
rune,
jumped
so he actually has released the Kraken back up in 50 seconds. I had to double check because the cooldown was so low. I was like, I think he had ultimate there, and he did.
And he's gonna have the staff as well at this rate.
Yeah, that got
up in the near
buffed
future.
last patch. I don't know if you remember, but yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
pretty nifty now. I think it applies a superior magic stun for 1 second, as well as I think it ups the immobilize duration, the damage, and then it also makes splash go to, is it 3 seconds?
It's Splash on steroids when he's in the ultimate.
Oh wait, sorry, not 3 seconds. It's yeah, permanent splash when they're in the whirlpool. Have you been paying attention to the level 2 Kraken ultis, or even the level 3s?
That's something else I was actually going to mention after that last game, because I was watching it, and yeah, I did know it's definitely getting bigger.
Wait till you see level 3. He needs to hit level 16, and then I want you to see what it looks like. It goes up by 25 radius, so 50 diameter total per level.
That's coming. A little bit of time, but Kraken certainly with the momentum to have that at a pretty respectable time. Wretched Hag avoids a fight right there, but Legion team is hunting for one. New Generation wants to find something. Kraken jumping in, Lodestone going in. Monarch is flapping those wings, though, pretty heavily, and manages to avoid getting jumped right there. So, yep, it is interesting, though, because, again, when you look at just like these on a very basic level of the lineups and who you think could be the ones being the aggressor trying to go for ganks, you would definitely think the Hellborn team, but it really feels like the Legion side is the one trying to go for these ganks right now. Unable to connect, though.
So timings right now for Hellborn, they're trying to get Madman his Shrunken Head finished. He either just bought the Mighty Blade or he has the full Shrunken. I think he has the full Shrunken, honestly, because he's 630 GPM. And the Elder Parasite is not that big of a built-up investment post-Cleaver. So he's sending something out now, and it should be the full Shrunken. And that's really big for them because now... Whoa!
Hammer?
Can he get it off, though? No, he can't. I mean, even if he got it off, I don't know if he would have been able to... He had Elder cooldown, so I don't think he could have actually turned that.
So both carries were getting jumped by the other team. Both carries were by themselves at complete opposite sides of the map. they both get jumped and killed. So while you were watching Madman there, Hammer
classic
Storm,
carry players,
right?
no
It's
map
like, come
awareness.
on, guys, this is a team game. How many times do I have to say this? God.
Support, where are you? Help me.
Right? Like, oh, I'm busy killing the other carry, but yeah, go figure.
Yeah. So, and also Wretched Hag is not going Grimoire, at least now. She picks up a Glowstone, which has to suggest that she's going for a Staff of the Master, which is still a very strong pickup on the Hag. Just doesn't make her able to flash farm as quickly and deal as much damage right now. But once he gets the Staff, he will have superior magic damage, which can ulti through the Hammer Storm Shrunken. That's pretty important to note. I'm not sure if that will be necessarily better than having a Grimoire power, because Hag could be looking to just try to delete the backline as initiation bottom.
Oh, Pearl got jumped first by Parasite, but that did not matter. Parasite's the one that gets blown up, and eventually the bubble goes down for Pearl. Struck it on Madman. It wears off, though. Gonna be Purge done up, slowed on down. The Shadow Storm connects. Madman has to get out. He is completely exposed right now. Wretched Hag, relay stock bracket connects perfectly by Silent. This guy, you're banning that hero no matter what happens after this game. He is just on fire with their back-to-back games. Wretched Hag did not stand a chance. Keeper of the Forest. Can he get away? He's trying. He's chugging along and will be successful in the end. But again, big picture. They did all of that without Hammer Storm being there, mind you.
Hammer wasn't even there. That's not good news.
No. He's like, oh, hey, guys, what's going on? Oh, 2 are dead? Okay, cool. Let's push the tower. He still has his... Oh, he pops ultimate, I guess.
His tower also has Keeper armor.
Doesn't look like it. Pushback's gonna miss. Parasite able to avoid that, but... I mean, Root's down. Oh, no, Root is up, actually. So they have Keeper Root. They feel like they can initiate the defensive Storm Cloud thrown out, though. More difficult to commit there. Parasite gonna be jumped. Speaking of commitment, the push-on-push action. Parasite, he is just dead. The Root finally comes out, but there's the BKB. Madman in the midst of it, trying to clean people down. Going for low stone. The Bat Blast as well hits. Down goes Demented Shaman. And now Kraken's in a lot of trouble. Hammerstorm's gonna go for the TP play. No one's gonna be stopped. Hammerstorm will be killed, and so will Kraken. So it works out for Hard to communicate. At least in hero kills. They do kill 4. They did lose their racks, though.
Yeah, big picture is the resources are still very, very much in favor of Legion, even though they lost 4 players. So I would say they're pretty happy with getting that racks overall, even if it came at a cost of 2 double taps for both the Hag and the Madman.
Yeah, that's I had to double check there. No buybacks used either.
Yeah.
By HTC, so that's better news as well. But it is still 11,000 net worth lead. You got the Frost of Skull on Hammerstorm.
Hag finished off after that fight. She didn't have it previously, and she's got level 16 right around the corner. 1 to 2 creeps will give her the level 3 ultimate. And that will deal 750 superior magic damage in AoE on a... is it 80-second cooldown? I think it's 80 seconds, right?
For the ultimate? Yes, I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah, tooltips are sometimes weird in HoN. Anyway, do you think he should upgrade anyone with the Legacy, or do you think he should just skip that idea and go into something else, like Grimoire, like Rust of Stone, something massive?
I feel like, I know, I'm kind of looking through the Staff of the Master upgrades on this Hellborn team. Madman's could be interesting. It's one of those he would never get it himself, but yeah, if you can buff him with the Staff, that could potentially be pretty good. I don't know if that's necessarily what we're looking to do, though, but maybe the Cleansing Wind buff, too, on Monarch. Also not a bad option.
Yeah, for the movement speed, the second application of the effect.
Those are the only 2 that I don't think the other ones are as worth it, unless you want Parasite to be infesting some Ancients over here.
Maybe if he had more than 206 GPM, I would think that could be an option.
Well, what is he building, by the way?
Have you ever seen Raid Boss Parasite? I have some shorts on my YouTube with some Dread Beetle Parasites with Mock and Demonic. It's pretty fun, but not really that common.
Let's go. Keeper, he's dead. Gets caught by the Kraken and the follow-up Hag. Those are just illusions, but No, that's what was back to Parasite though. What is he building? I'm not familiar. What it is?
That's a puzzle box.
That is puzzle. Okay, cool.
It's a very late puzzle box.
Very late. Well, yeah, that's better late than never, I suppose. But it still doesn't have it. But obviously the intention is there, and he is gonna go in. But again, Hammerstone does PKPs and Parasite melts right after the fact. Hag got the Bat Blast off, but that staff doesn't seem like it's necessarily the biggest threat, though. Madman, the life still keeps him alive. He takes out Lodestone, and Madman manages to barely stay alive, but the Rax is being destroyed by this Legion team. New generation. 2 Rax are down, and let's just back up, they say. Mission accomplished.
I will say, Breaky, for being at a 2 Rax disadvantage, the fact that the lead is only 12k is honestly not that much. I mean, 12k is a pretty big number, don't get me wrong. But normally when games get to this state, you see more of that like 20k, 25k difference. And 12k is honestly not that big. But I think what it comes down to is like the way that the Hellborn team drafted. They have like a Keeper Root and a Hag ulti, right? And then they have a Farm Madman hitting, but they just don't have like that same backline presence that the Legion side has. You can feel like the presence of the pro. You can feel the presence of the Demented Shaman in the team fights, right? Whereas like the Parasite, he blinks and he ultis one guy, presses Q, and then they just get healed up, and it's like he didn't do anything at all. And that's not necessarily at the fault of the player, but more so like just Parasite just doesn't offer anything compared to what these supports are doing.
He's slightly buffed on melee creep. It's true. It's there's just no way around it. I'm kind of almost thinking like I'm almost chuckling at the stop, but have him just take over a unit and just.
It had no token, right? I mean, they were pushing high ground without a. They were pushing into the Hellborn base, which gives Hellborn positioning advantage for Keeper Root Hag Blast. So, like, if they're able to get the jump, they could delete the backline right away. But even like 12,000 gold lead, that should theoretically be possible. But based on the heroes that are in the game, it's just the lead looks bigger than it is.
I mean, Madman is that absolute reason, and he's level 20. He just got his Oblivion Hammer.
He's literally the same GPM as the Hammer Storm.
Yeah.
If we look at the damage charts, he's even outputting more damage.
They're going. They're going. That's going to be a catch. So by Kraken in the back, that Bat Blast goes through, hits multiple. Parasite doing what he can. The bubble's down. Kraken is dead. Madman tearing through. He is a bit of a threat right now. Hammerstorm going toe-to-toe.
They're both trying to bash each other.
Who's going for the H's? It looks like Hammerstorm's going to win, though, when it's all said and done. Parasite taking over that Minotaur in the meantime. Monarch coming in. Hammerstorm trying to figure out who the hell he can kill still. It looks like it is going to be Monarch. He goes to him. The Staff of the Master effect on him. Got the Superman in here.
Oh, I didn't even realize it. Yeah, Kraken staffed the hammer. That's a extra item now that the hammer has as well.
Yep. Well, that was, I mean, Madman definitely showed that he is not a hero that you can feel like you're going to defeat just yet, but...
At the very beginning of, like, the fight, like, more toward the front half, when the Madman was hitting the hammer, he was actually winning in the beginning. But then, like, the longer the fight went, you could see that, like, Madman's, like, effectiveness started to wear down, and then the hammer just took over. Because, you know, he's hitting pretty hard.
Yeah, which makes it... I'm sitting here, obviously it's easy to say this in hindsight. I think Madman maybe should have been going for more than support.
Parasite just gets four-shot.
Yeah, Parasite did not stand a chance. Yeah, Hag doesn't stand a chance either. And none of this Keeper, no! Oh my gosh, a hat trick with barely any life.
MVP tower.
He finally goes down.
If the Hellborn can't bring down Hammer, the tower will do the job.
It will. Alright, so New Generation's gonna fall back with their leader down for another 60 seconds. Loso with a sheep stick, by the way, too. He's had that for a little bit.
Yeah, I did notice actually that he shipped the Hag, I think, in the last fight. Maybe even used it twice. I'm not entirely sure about that, but the Shatterstorm missed, unfortunately, because the Hag was able to blink after the ship wore off away from the Lodestone. So a little bit mistimed, but it's still like it's a great pickup that they have a ship sub 30 minutes on the Lodestone. He's had a pretty big impact this game, even with the 4-5 stat line. Perfect timing, I would say, for a sheep stick.
You get the refresher on keeper. You still don't have a chance. I mean, I'm sitting here like maybe there's a data. Probably not.
And
But-
isn't it wild to say that? Because normally, like, when Keeper hits a resto timing, that's like a crazy power spike that this hero hits.
Yeah.
Being able to have 4 extra seconds of lockdown at level 3 ultimate for your team if you're able to stagger them 4 and 4 apart. But yeah, I think I'm with you here. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. I would hope. Yeah, there we go. Okay, he armors the tower. I was gonna be very picky. I was commenting on this yesterday as well. Always keep armoring those towers when you're playing Keeper. Very good here.
Yeah.
He's gonna want to armor this tier 4 as well. Nice. He's reading my mind.
Well played, Strack. All right, so yeah, it's Hellboy team that win that spy. They're kind of moving around in the map or in their base together. I was gonna say, you figure they're setting up. They're gonna go for a team smoke. Yeah, this is that desperation. This is that last ditch effort. No refresher yet on keeper, but go for the pick.
Pearl actually jumped
got the
up the
lead.
cliff.
Oh, in the mid combo, Bat Blast getting a couple, and not Hammerstorm though. He just jumps in the sheep on Hag, and she is dead before she knows it. The root hits. Madman trying to go for that supporting catch up. Off the release, the Kraken and catches him. And
It's
that
level
is
3
scary,
breaking.
man.
It's
Yeah,
a
that
level 3 Kraken ulti.
Holy crap. Well,
Did you
that
see the
might just
Kraken
do it.
ulti?
It's
Did
hard
you
to
see it
miss.
breaking?
Stick
It's
the
on
bat
your
to the
screen. It's so big.
That was
So that
something.
one will go to New Generation as well. So they have won what, back-to-back games now, right? They took
Yeah.
game 2 and 3. So riding some momentum. Let's go, New Generation. 2-1
Well-
now in their favor.
And I go back to, yeah, it's maybe a very simple thing to say. I know there's a lot more to it, but you ban Kraken if you're HTC this next game. That's clearly a hero that Silent is very comfortable playing in back-to-back games. He definitely controlled the tempo. He was the one that obviously a team effort certainly, but don't let him get that Kraken in game number 4. That's going to be the first thing I'm looking out for at least.
Yeah, so if I had to give you like some quick final thoughts on that game, I don't want to like keep harping on the Parasite pick, but you have to think about like, and I love the fact that they ran a jungler. Don't get me wrong. Keep picking junglers, try to make it work. Parasite wasn't the one for this game, but you have to think about, can we give up free farm on the Hammerstorm in exchange for a Parasite who is going to be pressured very, very much to make up that deficit by not only like constantly ganking but also having items for himself to have impact. That's like the big thing to consider when you look back at this game. Which hero can we like allow to free farm in exchange for what we want to do? And Parasite just wasn't the pick for this game.
All right, game number 4 going to be coming up. Short break once again, but the Paradise League Amateur HoN Tournament. Stay tuned. Our grand finals, $500 prize pool on the line. New Generation up 2-1 in this best out of 5. Going to try to close it out. We'll be back with game number 4. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got game number 4 of the grand finals here, the Paradise League HoN Amateur Tournament. And it's been a good series as we hoped for and expected. This best out of 5, these two teams competing yesterday, finishing in the top 2 spots of the 7 teams total to earn the chance to compete for this $500 prize pool. And now New Generation, who currently is on the Hellborn team this game, is on the verge of doing that. They, as far as winning it all, they are 2-1 in the series, and I got the momentum the 2 games in a row, but hard to communicate. Going to do their best to stop that for now and force that 5th and final game. There we go. There's a storyline. I'm Breaking CBK, joined by What You Got once again. I mentioned Kraken ban is the biggest thing I'm going to be looking for off the bat, and the very first ban is Kraken, so they agree.
You called it. Let's go. I think it's a pretty understandable ban coming out here for Game 4. I mean, Games 2 and 3, the Cyril just had crazy impact. And I keep telling you to look at the release of Kraken on your screen, so now I can stop saying that for a game, at least. And we won't have to see the Kraken here. So already, post-banning phase, we're seeing all of the first 3 picks are defensive supports. Yay! First pick Demented Shaman, and then Monarch and a Pearl being picked up by the Hellborn side. So, I mean, it's been working for them the last few matches. They're going to just keep sticking to it, and then we're going to see Empath into Cthulhu Font. So that is a little different from what we've seen thus far this series. But the Shaman specifically pairs very nicely with the Cthulhu Font if they want to lane those heroes together and cause some kind of mayhem on the map.
Yeah, Cthulhu Font's been through so many iterations, I feel like, over time from the initial release way back in the day. But
which ones do you like the best? Oh, sorry.
Well, no, I don't see. I say that, but like I remember, like the original one had like the shield, right? Like you eat a creep and
Jungle Cthulhu Font, eat a creep. Yeah.
And he could. I'm trying to remember what his ultimate was, though. Was it
Obliterate? It was his second spell.
It was Obliterate. Yeah. It's the wave of damage. Yeah. Anyways, point is the current version, I will say, is pretty good at mid wars. Not that that matters here, but I've been playing that a little bit lately myself. But I am intrigued to see it in a FoC Calibar game. And you mentioned already the Demented Shaman synergy with a trample heal bomb combo, so that could be pretty good. Is this a hero that has made appearances? Would you say like in tournament play, or is this really another one of these?
If you follow B-Pro specifically, they're like the team that picks Cthulhu the most, I would say. But other than that, I don't really think any of the other teams in Pro League pick Cthulhu Font that much. He's kind of like a hit or miss hero. Sometimes he works really well, and sometimes he's just kind of there. Like he's like he can get like an item. Yeah, I mean he's really good in laning phase, and then he kind of like falls off a little bit in like the like post laning phase, mid stage. Kind of due to like the nature of his spells, and even if you pick up like an early portal key, it's not like it doesn't feel like overwhelming like to play against a Cthulhu PK. But when he gets like more farmed, like with like Staff of the Master given to him or picked up himself and like a barbed armor, like in like more of the like mid to late game, he's like really annoying to face because then you get forced to attack him, and the fear lasts for like 3 seconds in late game. So yeah, then he's really annoying. But I think his like phases are laning phase and then like more geared to like mid to late game. So he has that like gap where he's like not that like annoying or threatening.
I'm really kind of looking over his spells again. The Maddening Revenge is interesting, that third ability of his, and honestly against that Pearl Monarch initially, the anti-heal seems like it could have some use for sure, but whatever. We have a lot more to talk about. Holy crap, they're flying through now. Sapphire Jereziah, that's fun to see. Let's talk about another hero that got some a bit of a rework even to an extent with that patch, and then Sandwraith Thunderbringer on the other side. It's a good old global, and then Apex. Whoa. All right, where do we start here?
I'm just going to start by saying, whoa! I have no idea. I mean, I guess we could talk about Legion's lineup first. They're pick up a Thunderbringer Sandwraith, like you said. Like, I haven't seen either of these heroes in so long. I have to like think back to when was the last time I saw either of them picked up. Obviously, they have good synergy together, but Thunderbringer is, you know, he's really strong when he gets to the Grimoire, plus like one other item like Spell Shard, Spell Sunder, whatever have you. He deals tons of damage. I'm sure, you know, as long as he doesn't have like an awful early game, I'm sure we'll see if we look at the damage charts. Thunderbringer will be always at the top this game. So this hero can always output lots of damage, but the problem is getting there. If he has a bad laning phase, he kind of gets stuck in this loop of like just getting caught and dying. I don't know if that'll necessarily be the case this game because they don't have like the most aggressive makeup on Hellborn. It's mostly defensive heroes for the time being, so it might end up being a pretty good pick if they can get out of laning stage. But the Sandwraith as well, like we don't see this hero played carry nowadays, mostly because of like the threat of facing like tri-lanes. The hero doesn't really lane 1 versus 1 all that well, can't really lane against aggressive dual lanes or even tri-lanes, so he's just really, really hard to make work. But you know, obviously when he gets out of that stage of the game, he has global presence. He can always TP and gank with, you know, the Cthulhu font this game or the Thunderbringer if he gets somebody kind of low. So he's always going to be a presence around the map, but he has to not, you know, suffer early game for that to happen. So there are a lot of weaknesses to running both a Thunderbringer and a Sandwraith in this current metagame, which is why we don't really see them picked up that much. And then if we look at Hellborn's lineup, they are doing exactly what you don't want to see as a Sandwraith, which is run an aggressive tri-lane. They have 2 strong supports and a Sapphire, who could very well just go to her own side of the map, similar to the Hammerstorm we saw last game, play the same exact style and just clear the stacks and skyrocket GPM to 600 really fast. But this is the correct way, I would say, to play this one, is to just make pressure with him and not let the Sandwraith farm. So they have that option here to run the tri-lane. And then picking up both an Apex and a Jerizaya will make their team fights, I would say, pretty strong overall. But they will be pretty reliant on their ultimates, I would say, to team fight. Without those, they're really long cooldowns on both the Apex and the Jerizaya in early game. They're going to be mostly looking to just farm up, I would say.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Apex is still a hero. I just really don't know much yet. I don't see him a whole lot. I mean, with the matches I have been watching, and frankly, in my games either. So,
you mean like what his impact will be, or like what the hero?
How the hero will even play? Is it kind of like a tanky like?
So he's like a pretty good laner in the sense that like he has multiple escapes. His strength, he can sustain himself with his channeling spell, the Burning Ember. So he's gonna have a pretty good laning phase, I would say, here against a Thunderbringer, because Thunderbringer can't really kick him out of lane that easily. And his damage is tied to his third spell, which is what puts the dot damage on everyone that he hits with some ability, whether he hits them with the Fire Surge or he jumps on them with the Decimate. And then once you do that and apply the dot, then you want to hit the Armageddon, and it amplifies the stun that you're doing when you hit the AoE. So if you don't apply the dot damage first, the stun will only do the 0.5 second stun, which is basically nothing. So you always want to apply the Burning Ember and then hit your Armageddon onto all your targets. Which is kind of what makes the hero a little bit awkward, is that you have to get in range and apply the DOT first.
There's a little bit of setup required before he really gets.
Yeah. So a lot of the times you see items like Dreamcatcher or Soul Trap, put the debuff on first, apply the dot, or Arcane Bomb is like a more of a supportive one. Hold the thought. Yeah. Action bottom could be the Bloodlust.
Sapphire is dead. The defensive support's not enough to save him. They try. They sure did. The Crystal's even coming out, but not enough. Paulin on Empath, not in tower range though, so Empath should be fine. And now Pearl's one has to be a little careful. Taking the stun there. Hide behind the tree, though. And the TP back in with Sapphire, so the clashing continues. Dimension Shaman
Use the apple.
manages to stay alive for a little bit longer. The apple, as mentioned, saving his life for now. Sandwraith, though, they got to get him out of here, though, and he will do just that by popping up the sand and running on out. So that's, I can't believe nobody else died. I mean, hell, Monarch's almost dead again, but
It's like a double
he's gonna
group
live.
wave, but yeah. Both the supports are low on life. You know what I didn't think about in the drafting stage that I just thought of now, which is really cool actually. Mostly because I haven't seen Sandwraith in so long. Is he can pop the Sandstalkers and then Dimension Shaman. Like once Sandwraith throws the slow and the illusions auto target the player that's targeted by the Desert's Curse, Dimension Shaman can just throw out Heal Bomb, and that is massive damage when it hits multiple illusions. So I think that came into play for the Bloodlust because I caught that at the very end actually.
I'm sure it did, yeah. Dimension Shaman's been down here at the bottom lane for a little bit now. Obviously, it was up at the beginning, very beginning, before they really knew how the lanes were going to shape up. And sitting at bottom, though, and it's proven to be the good decision. How is Cthulhuphon doing? What are we up here? Seems like Cthulhuphon's having a pretty good time up here. Yeah, he's definitely winning this lane against Jeremiah. 25-4 versus 17-1 right now.
Yeah, I didn't actually pay attention to when the support rotated out of top, but I would imagine they gave an advantage to the Cthulhu early. Apex actually rotates top. This is a really early rotation. Doesn't even have Armageddon. He gets stunned up in the tower. This might be a kill though, actually. The DOT is ticking down. One more hit. Gets it. Makes it work, actually. I wasn't expecting that rotation to actually net him a kill, but...
Well,
he
was one creep kill. Oh, by the way, that was a big ultimate for Thunder. Almost got the kill in Apex, but it is not enough. So no kills coming out from the first Thunderbringer ultimate. I gotta think he thought that he was maybe gonna get one right there, but unable to do so. But I was gonna say about Apex, he was one creep kill from actually hitting level 6. I don't know if that was the intention that was roaming over there, that was gonna happen, but either way, he still gets the kill. And
see his full life already? He just channeled, maxing out Burning Ember, channels it, heals himself up to full. He was sitting up there in the top river just channeling it. So he didn't have to go back to base or buy a health potion or anything like that. And now the Thunderbringer has to be so afraid because if he steps like down the ramp here and into range of Apex, he can just jump on him and Armageddon him. But he's actually smoking top. He wants to use the ulti again on the Cthulhu.
I guess
they really want to... Really wants to shut this top lane down so Jeremiah can have a really good start. This is actually wild to me. He actually like perfectly avoids this smoke gang.
It's like, he's like moving around it, like, but it's just pure coincidence. He went over here and placed a ward. He picked up the rune. It's just like the timing was perfect by his movement there.
I am not sure if like the Thunderbringer saw this Veiled Rot in the inventory of Apex and maybe called it out. That's very possible, right? But I know he's they actually did the Veiled Rot from like the high ground in FoC, which shouldn't have been spotted. But either way, like that's good presence of mind. Maybe it was luck, maybe it was a good missing call, but yeah, he ends up getting the ward up there at a really like crucial time to go and do that. That's funny.
Jeremiah top lane, no, he's fine. They're just continuing to clash against one another up here. But the elephant is just diving the tower. I mean, he is not afraid to take that tower damage for the time being. But he's, again, continuing to have a good time up there against the Jeremiah. But Jeremiah is not far behind. I will say Apex is the noticeable difference. Apex is having a 100+ GPM lead over the counterpart of Thunderbringer.
See how he's playing? He was literally almost in the tower. You could sense that he wants to go for that dive. Meanwhile, Thunderbringer ulti came out, almost killed the Jeremiah. Heals himself here. Obliterate's still going though. Tower now though. This could be the difference.
Oh no! Can he get away?
I think he's got him.
Get back here! Get back here, elephant! Attack! Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, that sucks for Jonas. Jonas thought he had it for sure. Bottom lane action picks up again. Sandwraith trying to get away. Sapphire running him down though with the supporting cast. A great bubble, and they do secure the kill on Sandwraith. They want more. They might get Dimension Shaman too as a result. Here's the cape. Big heal coming out, and Monarch gets turned actually, so the heal bomb doing some work, but Sapphire smashes in. puts down the
Mid lane Apex solo killed the Thunderbringer, so that was like waiting to happen. Apex?
Okay.
No, he couldn't jump away in time. He had Decimate, but the Obliterate damage was too much.
Oh, that's, yeah, the Elephant. The Elephant comes in and at least gets the immediate revenge, so it's going to be up to Cthulhu Fallen One. Oh yeah, Fallen One's the one playing Cthulhu, by the way. Just noticed that. Just talking about
Ricky, are you
swapping things
feeling
up.
this like animosity that I'm sensing between Elephant and Apex? There's some weird tension going on here.
Yes.
They're both like ganking each other so much. It feels almost like you know.
Wait, did this character evolve? I don't even.
What's this now?
The avatar of Cthulhu Vaughn. It was a plushie. It was like a green plushie in the beginning.
So the plushie and Misfit sets, if you own them both, I think they change day and night or something.
That's so cool.
I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure they like interchange. There's a lot of avatars in that set as well that also do the same thing. He has charm, right? But he might die to the tower.
He's gonna die? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Stunned by the Cthulhu font there, which he actually, I think he kicked the creep wave out of the tower range, so it forced the tower to only be able to hit the Jeremiah, and I don't think Jeremiah took that into account when he put himself in the tower range.
Smart. Thunderbringer rotated to the bottom lane.
Minute Shaman, Cape breaks.
Red Shaman's trying to get away.
One more hit.
He's not going to do so though.
Sapphire is hitting for 100 right now at max damage with the Ghost Marchers.
Oh, Apex shows up, has the ultimate, boom, goes off, Empath gets stunned in place, but
he's still alive.
Maybe a little too far. The dots on
Might
him.
die to the DOT. Another shard comes down.
Does take him out. The shard's put down. Thunderbringer trying to keep his distance, unable to do so. Let's smash it once again from Sapphire. But speaking of smashing it, cut through the fun shows up. The ultimate though from Sapphire, trying to get them away. Apex.
Oh, Apex is actually playing with fire here. He channeled the Burning Ember when he was already fine because the sleep came up from Sapphire.
Yeah, I thought something stunned him.
Don't tell me he actually dies here. I mean, he's making so much space. Goes for the TP out.
Lives.
He knew Cthulhu had stun on cooldown, so he was able to safely channel that TP.
Yeah.
And Shaman without having boots just cannot chase him. There's no way.
Quite the fighting at the bottom. I mean, Sapphire is starting to really make his presence felt. Another play on the Sand Wraith here, but no, just simply gonna harass him a little bit more.
Come on, I wanna...
That's a big heal bomb on
You
Monarch.
see the damage on the Monarch?
Yep.
Deleted.
It melts him for sure. Sapphire should be, but never mind. Actually, wall comes out, so
She doesn't have her crystallized ultimate now.
Sapphire did too. So Pearl got there way too late, and they tied up at 7 hero kills apiece. So kind of taking a step back, zooming out. I mean, overall big picture, it's 7-7, very even net worth here. And Apex is dead.
Actually, from the Thunderbringer was pretty key there, kept him in place. Hasted Cthulhu though, I don't think he was really going to escape anyway.
Bottom, bubbles up. Pearl though, too much damage on him. Tries to get out. The Chrysalis also saves him actually. So Samwraith going to be unable to finish the job there. Avoiding the shard, Demented Shaman, trying to go left on the river, and that's probably...
Lives! No, he dies. That was so close actually. I was almost certain that with the cape, he had enough time to channel TP. It was actually so close. $92 gold difference at 12 minutes.
Yeah.
This is about as even of an early game as you could get. I will say the GPM chart looks maybe slightly nicer for Hellborn. The top farmer is Cthulhu for Legion, but the supports have slightly more GPM than the Legion supports, or the Hellborn supports, sorry, have slightly more, but not by much. So it's pretty even looking when you look at the chart. And as expected, Thunderbringer 15% hero damage, top of the charts. No surprise there.
Yeah, it's he's a hero that you pretty much expect to see there, especially in the core role every time throughout the game, of course. But
Ward of Sight came down from Empath in the trees, so they know Jeremiah is here. He charges into the tower now.
It's got Soul's Blessing.
They have the numbers advantage here. Now they're split up. Sandwraith's stuck in the tower, and the supports had to fall back. But actually, nobody gets caught, and then they just fall back.
Well, I thought Apex was coming down as well. He smoked up from the river, but he ended up kind of just going toe-to-toe with the Thunderbringer, maybe trying to open on him, and nothing ever really happened. So, yeah, very awkward moment right there.
I would like to see him push this mid tower. It's pretty low, and he can force rotations away from the bot lane.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Sandwraith counterports in, but even with Empath here, is it enough? I don't know if it is, actually. No wall or link available anymore, but he's slowed. Toxin Claws. Oh, no. It's so close! Thunderbringer ulti even! Oh, but he missed! He missed!
Bumped back!
He missed the Desert's Curse! That would have killed him!
Oh my gosh. That's gotta feel so crappy. A buyback used for that bottom lane, by the way. Pearl's barely alive. There's been so many close calls this game.
Oh, heal bomb on the creep wave.
The heal bomb, and it does get the kill. And they're gonna get both.
And the Pearl. Demented Shaman power coming through.
I'm
a Demented Shaman, dirty Demented Shaman spammer, so every time I see a heal bomb do that, I get a little excited.
I still can't believe that. I mean, that is a early buyback to try to commit for that kill, and it doesn't even happen with the ultimate there. But either way, what happened. Apex stayed alive. He's back in the mid lane, and he's going to push down this mid tower successfully.
I have definitely never in my life misclicked Sandwraith's Q on an enemy. Wink, wink. That's never happened to me.
No.
Actually, it's so unfortunate though, but these things happen, so can't really fault him per se. But yeah, it's sad. If you're Thunderbringer, I think you're almost more sad than if you're Sandwraith.
Yeah. Oh, through the bot though. Wants to keep the action going, but again, Apex, he's proving that he's way too slippery to feel like you could just commit on top of him and get a free kill. So he is fine. He did get that soul trap as you mentioned.
Yeah, but I'd be interested in if he wants to upgrade that into a full Dreamcatcher. And based on the way he's been playing this game, I don't see a reason not to. It's gonna tank him up some more, which is what he wants anyway. There we go. I think he right-clicked it. Actually, does he have the full Dreamcatcher? He must have it. Huge, actually, that he has a 15-minute Dreamcatcher. So it's gonna amp his damage a lot more as well. Gives him 300. I think it's 300 magic damage, right? Over 10 seconds. Reduces healing output from the Empath and the Shaman as well. Like, it's very, very good, this game.
Yeah. Yeah, as you mentioned, the timing of it, too, feels very good for him. And Jeraziah, he is currently waiting towards a bottom rune spawn, it looks like. But with him protecting the Apex, that could be a deadly, deadly combo for sure. We can't forget about Sapphire as well. The runes do come out. Cthulhu Fawn says hello to Apex, but once again, just simply walks away. But yeah, Sapphire is got the Mad Fred's brass knuckles and working towards his second item of choice in the early game at least. But they're all five going to group up here on the side of New Generation, try to make a play somewhere.
I'm a little surprised that the Sapphire maxed out Quick Shield. I mean, he was playing in the long lane with 2 defensive supports, so he wanted, I guess, to have another like defensive tool. But by doing this, you also lack more points of the charge to have this extra stun duration and damage. And now he's also sitting on level 2 shard, that's the spell you want to max out, so that what he's doing right now, going into the jungle and taking stacks, he can't do that as efficiently as if he had it leveled up. It is only 5% more damage, but you also get to hit the shard more times. So all in all, it ends up being like a slower farming speed. So I think the maxing the quick shield was not so bad for the lane per se, but I think I would have rather seen him put more points into his reckless charge and his unstable shard. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Sapphire, but
it's a little bit more. It's one of those heroes that get a little bit newer in comparison to all the other ones, of course. But as top lane, by the way, Pearl. Oh my God, is she actually gonna get out again? Got these close calls, Sapphire. Meanwhile, with the ultimate to freeze him in place of the Crystallize, and there's the Shard, the bam on Demented Shaman, and no heal bomb's gonna save him this time around. So
he not only saved Pearl, but
the turn, and yeah, he is gonna have the Shroud.
Yep, just got it being sent out now. A little bit later than you would like, about an 18-minute shroud. If you play Sapphire like short farm, you normally get this around 11 to 13 minutes, but it was long lane, so it makes sense that it came slower this game. And being 6-2 and 1, 450 GPM is not really a bad stat line, so it's more about like that he has a lot of build-up, I would say. He has investment on top of power supply bottle and knuckles, so he went for all the early combat items before finishing the shroud, which I would say is very good. And the trade-off is just getting the shroud a few minutes slower.
Cheers. Dealing with these illusions at the bottom lane, but as a team, they did the Ancients here on the Legion side. Everyone but Sandwraith at least, so kind of working together. Cthulhu Fawn does continue to be the top farm on his team, just over 400 gold per minute. I don't know if that's good or bad, though. Obviously, you want Sandwraith to certainly be up there, but he's making his way. He's got 356 GPM now. He's got his Thunderclaw, his big farming item, and we are starting to see that acceleration. But it also does feel like that maybe hard to communicate is they need a bit more time until they're going to be a bit more comfortable in this game and how things are going right now.
I'm wondering if the Sandwraith will go for like a really greedy item route and go full Hyper Crown here. Which he might actually do because he's going up against like a multi-core Hellborn lineup, and he's kind of like the single core with, well, you know, Tibi's obviously a core, but he's not like this like big farming hero per se. So I think he has the space to go for a Hyper Crown this game, especially with having a Cthulhu Fawn on position 3. But alternatively, the reason I brought it up was because I think the Nullfire Blade will be a really good item for him this game, going up against both a Jerzai and a Monarch. And even like if he wants to solo jump onto the Sapphire, like let's say she's away from her team trying to set up ganks with the Shroud, you can pour it on him and purge the shield. So that's 280 health extra that he doesn't have to go through as well. So I think the Nullfire Blade is like a really, really good pickup this game. And I do hope that he's going to go for that at some point.
Still a bit of time before we're going to figure out what that ultimate direction is, as both teams are pretty content right now on much more passive game. Maybe Kongors we can start seeing soon as well. I think actually New Generation is almost setting up as if they're going to do that. They're doing the Ancients here. And yeah, they are going to do Kongor. Jerzai is pushing bottom lane meanwhile, so it doesn't want to make it too obvious. But there's going to be a Kongor attempt. The Legion side not really in position to do it themselves. So it's going to be more of an advantage for New Generation, unless they don't commit to this. Which, never mind. They're not, they realize maybe it's going to take too long, so they're like, screw it. Let's go somewhere else.
And, you know, back to the Sandwraith. So, again, I hope he goes Hyper Crown. We haven't really been seeing him use, like, a lot of Mirage ultimates to gank this game. And the reason for that, I would say, is mostly due to their team composition. As a mid-hero, the Thunderbringer cannot really create pressure. It's mostly like, just like now, he's doing reactive ultimates to his teammates setting up the play somewhere else, and then he's just pressing R from across the map. So the only heroes in Legion that can really try to set up for Sandwraith to also do the same thing that TP is doing right now is the Cthulhu Fawn and maybe the Demented Shaman. Because ideally the Empath would just stay linked and near the Sandwraith so she can just jump in him. Like right now, she uses the As-1, but it's gonna wear off. So now he's actually gonna port somewhere. Going on the
Jerzai. Nope.
Yeah.
That does not feel good.
No. And that's like when you run a Sandwraith lineup, you would like to have more heroes in your team that are able to make plays and set up for you. So that way your job is really easy. You can just come in and clean up and get the last hits and get the kills and whatnot. But I would say due to their team comp being relatively passive, mostly due to their 2 support picks and the mid hero that they've chosen this game, it means for Sandwraith has to play a little bit more of a passive game, I would say, early on. And Shaman is getting walked down here by the Jerzai, but Charm wears off and he's not going to be able to pursue that kill.
I mean, yeah, look at the Jerzai though, the Frost of Skull. I love this the kind of, like I said, the rework of sorts they did to this hero. A bit more the carry Zaya potential, certainly. And
you like how his passive now is based off of strength instead of just like damage. I think it's a pretty healthy change as well, because then it like incentivizes the Jarazai to build into these items that like theoretically he should be wanting.
Yeah, more
like
tanky
Insanitary, Frost of Skull, just tanky items in general. So you can play this like go in role. So I like it.
Yeah, I'm happy to see the Frost of Skull. Speaking of that, because that's one of the first items. I consider Jarazai to be one of my more go-to heroes personally, and it's one of the items that came to mind. You know, and I actually tried a game with it too, and it felt pretty good. So I guess just to see the fact that, hey, guy at a tournament, the grand finals is doing it too. Awesome. Yeah, maybe I'm not that dumb, but
I remember like a month ago or something, you hopped in my stream real fast and you were like, "Carry Zaya, let's go."
Yeah,
like,
that's right.
I was like super farmed. Yeah, when you're like really farmed on Jarazai, that hero feels really fun to play.
It does. All right. Well, I mean, he is pretty farmed. And he's the great news for New Generation is that he's only third best on the team, because Apex and Sapphire are slightly ahead of him. So yeah, all three cores are doing fantastic for New Generation right now.
So you see how Apex has a arcane bomb picked up? I remember I talked about how he wants to apply the burning ember to his targets before he goes in. He can cast that from, what is it, much range? 1200 range, which is really far away. And then he can go in with Armageddon. But also, something to consider here is that he's going up against the Sandwraith. And what is like the biggest counter to Sandwraith in like the early to mid game? Having an arcane bomb. As soon as Sandwraith presses ultimate, if your whole team is grouped up like in an area, let's say like a cog pit or something, and the Sandwraith tries to come in with an ultimate, you can literally just arcane bomb the one area and all the illusions are gone. Sandwraith can no longer port in to the target he wants to jump on. It's a really, really good pickup to have the arcane bomb this game. Not only for like his own presence to initiate a team fight, but also to counter initiate against the Sandwraith wanting to jump in.
Man, Dimension Shaman has no clue how close he was to death right there. There was Team Smoke of sorts coming in. They just get right past the Dimension Shaman. They exposed him, but he was a little too fast. And they killed Kongor on the Radiant side of Hard to Communicate. So Kongor advantage will be going for them. That's got to at least feel pretty good, at least for the time being. But
more power finished on the TB. He just ulted and it's already up in like 50 seconds again.
Oh, yeah. Yep,
and I don't think he even used the Grimoire because it has a 75-second cooldown. So he literally just pressed R for scouting purposes. I think even if you're going to do that, you still want to hit the Grimoire key. Maybe he forgot about it, but you know, that is 25% more damage when he hits R. So it is a lot.
You know, I read that last line of Thunderbringer's ult with the Lightning Storm, and I'm like, wait a second, cannot be cast. They nerfed the casting twice, but I realized that's for the Staff of the Master effect. Okay.
No, that's for Resto Stone.
Is it like literally for the ability in general?
So if you have a Resto Stone on Thunderbringer, you cannot Resto R instantly. There's going to be a cooldown on your second ultimate. Yeah, so that was...
What?
Is there going to be a catch here?
Alright, yeah, there is a big fight, so we'll talk about that more in a second. Bobble goes out, though. Look at the turn. Immediately, Soul's Blessing as well. The Crystallize, and they thought they had a chance on HTC side, but little did they know they did not. Jarazai Amanda falling, actually, so they'll finally get one guy, but yeah, that response from the Hellborn team. The Crystallize, again, coming out. I thought it went out before, but either way, is going to be used right there.
Look where Apex is.
What the hell is Apex doing?
Oh yeah,
maybe deep.
Maybe monitor turned off. I don't know.
That was a little odd. I feel like he just got kind of caught out right there and stuck around for a little too long. But okay, well they kill Apex too, so that's honestly pretty big. But
was it a 3 for 2?
Yeah, it was a 3 for 2 in the end.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty bad, I would say, because they lost TB and Sandwraith. Ideally, you would want one of these two heroes to survive. So. Hellborn targeted the correct heroes, and they also lived on Sapphire. Even though they lost Jarazai, they're going to be okay with that. As she's getting closer to either her Genjuro now, or maybe she wants to go Shrunken. I'm not sure. I would personally like to see more damage on the Sapphire, so I would go Genjuro here if it was me. He has a Null Stone, so I wouldn't want to see both a Null Stone and a Shrunken like this early. And I think he'll be okay without the Shrunken.
Yeah. Something else to talk about now too. Cthulhu Fawn, he got that staff for the master, and I believe he just got the upgraded staff.
That's actually big. We haven't really talked about how Sandwraith hits like a big power spike if somebody can staff him. Kind of forgot about that aspect because when I was initially, actually he should staff the empath, which he does. That's correct.
Okay.
Now the empath can permanently sit in the Sandwraith and then also give staff buff to the Sandwraith, which is one of the really good benefits of running an empath with the Sandwraith as well. You get the double staff effect.
That's crazy.
But now the Sandwraith has a 2-second fear and a 15% slow for 4 seconds when he ports in an area. So that's pretty good if he can get that either on the Jersey or the Sapphire. I think ideally you want to jump the Sapphire, but they could also look to just burn down the defensive supports first because, let's be real here, you're going to have to go through them to also get to the frontline heroes.
Cthulhu, a little bit of a swing and a miss right there, going in, but he has that staff effect, so he could be feared if he's dead next to him, and we start seeing kicking in. Jarazada with the Soul's Blessing once again, and there's the Crystallize. Bit of a reset. What do you do? Armageddon is still ready for Apex. He's going to try to use it. Yeah, goes off right there. However, no kills just yet. So this is actually looking very good for HTC right now. What? That went so much better.
I don't know if you saw it, but Cedric was so close to dying, and the Shaman saved him so hard there. And then he also had the Empath inside him. You can't forget that there's the heals coming in from Empath as well. So
5 for nothing.
If they killed the Sandwraith there, that would have been huge, but he got saved and he was able to dish out damage. And also something to point out is that after the Crystallize wore off from Sapphire, she had her Shard on cooldown for 10 seconds. That is where the majority of her damage output is coming from right now. Her raw right clicks are not really that threatening, so they, I think, overestimated like their turn potential. And in hindsight, they could have probably just looked to sleep and reset. So instead of resetting, they probably shouldn't have taken that fight post second half.
Yeah, I mean, and that's certainly a fight where this game is completely swung. The pendulum has gone the other direction. I mean, the lead is now looking fairly decent for the Legion side for HTC. You got a 3200 lead, and I think
Sandwraith has a Resto Stone, and we can't forget his staff upgraded too. So 2 ultimates now with Fear, with Hyper Crown damage as well. Oof, so he doesn't go the No Fire Blade, but I mean, honestly, I have to reconsider my initial thoughts based on the fact that now he has the early staff given to him, because that is also really, really powerful. He can obviously not have to worry about purging all of these like buffs off the Hellborn side if he's able to just pour it on them and kill them before they even get to use them. I still think like a No Fire Blade would be very, very good, but he may want to opt into like he could potentially go for like Shrunken Head or Sheepstick, just something that like utilizes the Resto Stone even better than a No Fire Blade would, and that honestly wouldn't be that bad, because if he has Shrunken Head ×2, the Sapphire damage is like not going to really matter. It's magic damage coming from the Shard. Apex is dealing only magic damage right now as well with the Armageddon and Dreamcatchers and everything. And the Jerazaya, like, yes, he can right-click and slow with the Frostwolf Skull, but he's not gonna like kill the Sandwraith fast enough to where Sandwraith can't do what he wants to do first. So I actually think he could go Shrunken or a Sheepstick here, however they want to play this. If they want to team fight, Shrunken Head's really good. If they want to try to do more of like the pick-offs, then the Sheepstick would be really, really valuable.
Oh, we'll see what direction they end up going in, as going to be resuming out of this pause here hopefully shortly, of course. But yeah, I mean, I like I said, after that fight, and I'm sure it feels the same way for HTC, feeling like they're really looking forward to getting to that game number 5 and what would be the final game of the series. Of course, they are to come through with a victory here, but definitely still work to be done.
We got a lot of games still left in game 4. I mean, this is not really a big lead, but I will say, like, when you go late game against TB Sandwraith, you're not in a good position already, because those heroes I don't want to say like they're the kings of late game, but they're very, very hard to play against. Like when they get the resto stones, multiple TB ults, multiple Sandwraith ultis. It's really tiresome because you're only gonna have null stone or shrunkens on so many of your heroes, and the damage output is gonna inevitably be there, just hitting everyone. And it's not like hard to line up either, right? You just press your spells and the damage is gonna come through. So ease of access is always there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely still plenty of game left. Looks like obviously to not trying to ignore what's going on right here. Of course, everyone can really see it's apparently Empath's having trouble buying that Abyssal Skull. Not sure exactly what could be happening there, but hopefully he can get that sorted out because understandable. That's an item that he's looking to complete. Feels like that'd be pretty good, of course, to have, and some added lifesteal for especially the Sandwraith take advantage of. But given the go ahead,
You're talking about Empath?
Yeah, Empath. That's what it looks like. Empath is having trouble.
I did notice the Hungry Spirit earlier. I forgot to comment on it, but yeah, the Abyssal Skull will be pretty nice. I would say just to have like another aura in general. They're not really having that many team items like overall on Legion. They do have an Astrolabe on the Demented Shaman, which is pretty nice. I think Cthulhu maybe will go Berry Riddle. I'm not sure if he wants to upgrade that and see put the majority of his investment into staffing the Sandwraith, which can't really disagree with that choice at all. But yeah, on the side of the Hellborn, we see a Soul's Bulwark on the Jeremiah, and then a Berry Riddle on the Apex, and a Gnomes on the Pearl. So I would say, in general, more like team-centered items across the board for Hellborn. So they're really sticking to that, like, we want to group up, we want to be as tanky as possible. We know we're against the TB and the Sandwraith, so we have to just like build as durable as we can. I think like, like the game plans are there, and they're itemizing very, very well as across the board as well there. No Astrolabe though. No Astrolabe yet on any Hellborn hero, but as we approach 31 minutes now, might be a little bit too late to invest into that on one of the supports. They're not really having that much gold either. Only 160 GPM on the Pearl, the Monarch, and 225 on the Pearl.
Yeah, a little tougher to get that at this point of the game, but who knows? Okay, 3,600 gold on Ball Sauce. Saving up for something big.
This is something small, but I like that the Hellborn supports both have Grave Locket, and the Legion supports stopped with Orb of Zamos only, which I think it would really benefit Empath to have the Grave Locket, because he's the one who's going to be linked, or he's the one who should be linked to the Sandwraith, so that he can get all the items that scale to buff him up. And he's missing out on a lot of extra gold, I would say, because you get more gold when you upgrade into Locket overall per creep kill, and then also whenever he goes to stack, he gets bonus experience, which he's not really able to get that due to stopping at the orb here. So really, really small thing to point out, but generally, like in Pro League, you'll see the supports almost 100% of the time going for Grave Locket on both supports. Even if you get that like later into the match, like 10, 15 minutes, even sometimes 20 minutes. I would say the gold you spend to upgrade from Orb to Locket is always almost going to be worth it. Going from 300 investment to 750, it's really not that much more. Breaky, have you casted with Dutch? Have you had talks with Dutch about wind whistles before?
Oh yeah, actually, yeah.
You wanna count how many wind whistles are in this game?
What do we got? I'm looking.
There's
0. Oh,
there's one on Monarch, and we could technically, if I want to be technical, we could count 2 because Apex built a Dreamcatcher which needs a wind whistle build up.
Yeah.
But other than that, there's 8 heroes that don't have a wind whistle this game. Do you know how unhappy Dutch would be?
Devastated.
He would be
already left.
Crying in tears, hands in his face, or face in his hands, so that backwards, and he would just be miserable. So poor Dutch. If he is watching this game, he's so sad right now. 8 out of 10 players without a wind whistle.
Have you ever had a bug where you can't buy from the shop?
You know, this actually happened to me not that long ago, and I'm not sure what causes it. If it's like you spam click the shop too much, or like just I actually don't. I actually have no idea what causes it, but I think like reconnecting fixed it or something, or I actually have no idea.
What did our production said something? What'd you say? Oh, you're trying, yeah.
I
fix
don't
it.
know.
What you got?
I would try reconnecting. Restart your PC. That fixes everything. Don't you know? It's the PC's fault, not the game. I have no idea. I would just restart.
I
the game.
mean, it's just empath. Like whatever, dude.
He doesn't need items, right?
Just goes inside another hero, anyways.
Does his keyboard still work? Can he press R?
No, yeah, that is unfortunate, but hopefully, maybe after this pause, fix. But it's one of those. It's like, yeah, I mean, what can you really do? It's kind of.
I would
an awkward
definitely
spot.
try to reconnect to the game.
He's tried multiple times from the looks of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's.
Well, you know,
restarting
I was
everything.
busy talking about wind whistles, so I had
True.
no idea.
Very important. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, wind whistles are good. What is it? 250 gold for it?
It's 200 gold for 15 movement speed.
200 gold, even. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
I mean,
it's like a little mini boots.
that's pretty good, especially on like
Oh,
more
yeah.
supported heroes. But you got an inventory
yeah.
slot. Something to think about, Sapphire. Oh, he just bought something, by the way. What did Sapphire buy? I didn't notice. It's being delivered.
He sold power supply, which means he probably has shrunken. Yeah.
All right.
I did say that I was hoping he would go the Genjuro. I guess he's reacting more so to the fact that the Sandwraith has staff now, and he's gonna probably. I mean, so yes, he can still get ported on and feared when the no stone's broken, but a lot of the Sandwraith's damage is still coming from magic. The Hyper Crown procs are all magic, and the slow is magic, and his raw right clicks. If you look at Sandwraith as a whole, he's heading for 105 to 109, right? Like his right clicks are not what's killing you. It's the Hyper Crown procs and the ability of him to just keep doing damage from the fear and everything.
Yeah.
Obviously, the empath will give him a little bit of a boost. Give him what is it, 55 right now, and then it'll be 75 damage at level 3, which is honestly like that's a huge boost to what he's doing right now. If we look at just the number aspects.
Love to see it. We got the Team Smoke coming out after the Conqueror kill. But I also love to see the Abyssal Skull has been purchased by Empath. He can buy items again.
Oh, we can buy items.
So
that's good.
It's been apparently, like, after a little bit of time of game action, it just fixes itself potentially. So cool. There you go. If that ever happens to you or anyone else.
What did he do?
He just literally waited.
You just wait? Oh.
Patience.
Okay.
Be patient.
I hear you. Not
bottom
you, Rick.
lane.
Hey, I hear the guy in my ear.
Bottom lane, you got New Generations grouping up. Definitely setting up for a big team fight once again. They want to make a play here. They just got Conqueror on their side.
The tower's almost dead, by the way. I don't know if we mentioned that. So they'll probably look to barrier rattle the next wave. There it goes from the apex, and then it actually does not live that long. So they're gonna force out the glyph. Jerzai is hitting the tower, taking a lot of damage. Oh my god, he dies.
Well, he pop souls buzzing at the last second, but not really going to matter there. The shard is down, though. Sapphire doing what he can. Sandwraith getting low, but not low enough. Sapphire dies first, and Sandwraith will get on out before dying himself. Cthulhuphon's still chasing. I mean, you got to think that staff Cthulhuphon's doing so much work in the midst of these fights as well.
Onslaught.
Monarch is just simply going to get auto-attacked to death there, too. And another fight that just, it feels like New Generation kind of initiates and gets the jump, but in the end, it goes the way of HTC.
They got pretty much everything off. I'm looking like across the board. They casted all their spells. Crystallize wasn't used, but that's because Sapphire just melted. Probably was feared, like you said, by the Cthulhu font. I mean, we can't really feel that impact all the time as a spectator, but when you're playing the match, you definitely feel it as the opposition. And Sandwraith, I think, just used Resto to pour it in, right? On the Pro? Yeah, okay.
ASR Pro, yep.
Yeah, and now it's getting to a point where Sandwraith's getting to his core items. He's at the place in the match where he wants to be. I think he just right-clicked something. I missed it, so when the courier delivers it, we'll see. Shrunken Head. Okay, so he goes for the option that I was thinking he would do based on the chain of events from this match. I like it. I like the Shrunken a lot. Cthulhu finished his barrier, has 2,000 more gold saved up as well.
Oh, I was muted, my bad.
Oh, you're good. He could go... I actually don't know what he could go. Maybe Demonic or Frostfield Plate would be really good here. Honestly, like, they're already kind of out-manpowering the Hellborn side at this point, so I would say just building something to further bulk himself or his teammates up would be really, really good. I mean, he could go for something like a Sheep or a Hellflower to follow up the Blink. He could also go Barbed Armor, return damage when they get feared to him. All of these things would make a lot of sense. But what he wants to do, I have no idea. Is there anything
Only
like
he can choose.
Is there anything like you feel would be his like best option here, or not necessarily any?
I'm always a fan of like a Frostfield Plate, honestly. We're talking about Cthulhu Font, by the way, right?
Yeah, Cthulhu.
Yeah, like a Frostfield Plague where you kind of just go in. Obviously, he's just creating that chaos and mystify. It's just even another tool to do so. Slow everyone down, get in the back alliance, and be a nuisance there. So, if I had to choose specifically that one, but I don't think there's a wrong answer, kind of deal, right?
Yeah, I think anything to like just enhance his teamfight presence will be really good. So there's a number of options he has.
Yeah, it's you can tell new generation that they're yet again kind of grouping up down here. I mean, they already.
I think they're also afraid. Like they're also afraid to go by themselves because if you're farming alone, you always have to face the Sandwraith empath porting on you, and he's at the point now where he can solo kill pretty much anyone other than maybe the Sapphire reliably easily.
Keeping the bottom lane pushed in is Jeremiah.
Well, they only smoke up 2 players, actually. That's interesting. The TB and the Shaman are smoked up. I don't really know what they can achieve by doing that, personally, but maybe they can, like, bait somehow. But I also don't think the Hellborn side will fall for, like, a Cthulhu Font bait. That's just not the hero you want to try to go on ever, so... If they take that bait, I would say that's their own mistake.
Yeah, it's well-deserved. Genjiro just finished on Sapphire, by the way. So
that's really good. I think now his next item, if he can get to one more item slot, would have to be Rift Shards. Maybe Wingbow could be also okay here, but I think he just needs like a huge damage item now. I mean, maybe even Doombringer. I don't know if it's like too wild to suggest that, but I feel like he needs something to just like insta-kill something really fast or like turn the tide for his team.
Okay, here we go again. Yeah, he just jumps in the midst of it. Thunderbringer ultimate as well. Got Armageddon going off at the backline. Sandwraith just back. Here he is, frozen in place though, thanks to Sapphire. Eventually going to be wearing off though. Sapphire tried to... Well, never mind. Sapphire is just going to hold his ground actually, but he now needs to run. They killed him at the Shaman, but that's it. It's just another 1-5 for HTC. I keep going back to you. This Cthulhu font is clearly just causing so much chaos in these fights, and then the follow-up happens, and there is a vote to concede. I haven't done it just yet, but maybe talking it over still. But yeah, that's 3 fights in a row now that just clearly are favoring HTC right now, and it's hard to see that changing at this point.
Yeah, so Hellborn's whole idea here is they need to hold their ground. They have all these heals and everything, and they're just unable to do that at this point. There's too much Too much teamfight annoyance from the Cthulhu font, the Sandwraith illusions with Resto Stone staff, and the TB just hitting 4 out of 5 players if the Sapphire still has the Null Stone up. It's too much for them to deal with at this point. And yeah, I mean, you know that going into the game when you face a TB Sandwraith, it's not something like you probably face often nowadays, but you should still understand, like, we're on a timing. We cannot let the game get to a certain point. Otherwise, we've missed our timing. And if we try to go late game against a TB and a Sandwraith, that's almost never going to work out. Because mostly because your supporting backline cast just gets taken out too quickly. And then you're basically left alone, like 2 or 3 versus 5, like too early into a team fight. So it's not so much about the core heroes, but it's more about like just how the team fights end up playing out the longer they go. That's game 5 now, right? They evened it up.
Absolutely is.
I'm hyped for game 5. Let's go.
There we go. No matter what happens in this one, this will determine the winner of the tournament. That $500 prize pool. So yeah, we're gonna do that. The script is set and being executed here. So we got game number 5, New Generation versus Hard to Communicate. Stay tuned. We'll be back after another short break. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That break a little bit longer, but it's setting up for our fifth and final game of the grand finals here for the Paradise League HoN Amateur Tournament. That $500 prize pool on the line. We got New Generation versus Hard to Communicate. For some reason, that third word, I can think of many different words, but Hard to Communicate. And this is it with the game number 5. So looking forward to seeing what happens. Once again, I'm BrickCK, joined by What You Got. And
Hello.
here we go. Well, the one thing off the bat I'm noticing, by the way, we got a player change. We got Beast Bear is back for New Generation. He was an impressive player yesterday. I saw a couple of games that I watched them. So interesting bringing him in for the 5th and final game, but we'll see what impact he has.
Is this potentially why we didn't see a Kraken band come out here in Game 5? Because they swapped out Silent, who was playing the Kraken?
True. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, wow. Huh. Little do they know, Beast Bears. No, obviously, yeah. That'll be interesting to see if a Kraken actually does end up still coming out. But they are going to go the Monarch first. But Cthulhu Font, speaking of heroes that we've seen previously, especially that last game, I still stand by. I think Cthulhu Font you could argue, was the MVP over there. He was a force to reckon with.
He had a pretty solid game, number 4, I will say. And before I talk more about that, I gotta say I'm a little upset, Breaky, mostly because I don't have any goldfish right now. I'm just throwing that out there. No context given.
I got a whole bag of goldfish here.
That's why I'm upset.
I know.
Breaky's been taunting me during the break. For all you viewers out there wondering, why am I talking about goldfish?
That's why we had a 15-minute break. We're just talking about goldfish, and I'm sitting here eating it. So my bad, guys, but important stuff is happening.
All right, Breaky, you got to predict for me who is going to win Game 5 and take home the first place. Is it going to be Hard to Communicate, or is it going to be New Generation?
Let's just enjoy the game, man.
Oh,
Let's
come on! The game. That ruins all the fun.
5.
I'm here for the predictions. We got a prediction going on in chat as well, I think.
I would say New Generation. I liked what I saw of them yesterday, especially, and so far today. Overall, I've definitely been impressed with their play, and I would lean towards them if I had to absolutely choose.
Can I cheat and wait for the draft to finish and then tell you who I think is going to win?
No, you have to tell me now.
Poo. I like to be controversial, so I will say Hard to Communicate. So now we have something to duke it out over while we cast. But I could start talking about the draft here because we're halfway done. So
sure.
Cthulhu Font is paired with Scrap. I don't even know if we've seen any Scrap today so far. And I'm a bit surprised because Scrap is a really top tier support hero right now. The presence that this hero brings with Vorax throughout the course of the game is... Honestly, I would describe him as nuisance, just like Cthulhu Font. Cthulhu Font was a nuisance in game number 4. Scrap can be a nuisance in any game at any given time, just by spawning his big giant rat called Vorax. So they have 2 nuisance heroes now instead of 1.
Ooh, and yeah, seeing Empath actually left open throughout all the follow-up bans, and interesting there, but Empath will be then picked up as a result. So, of course, we saw the Empath Sandwraith synergy last game. Don't know if that'll happen again here or not, but Sandwraith is available. They were the team with
the Shaman, right? The Shaman was on the Cthulhu Fonts.
Yeah.
So that got banned this game, thus prompting a Scrap pick instead as a support. And they go back to their earlier roots from the beginning of the series with the Gravekeeper. Right. And they actually won that game, I think, right? That was game number 1.
That was the first game.
Yeah, so they're going back to some Gravekeeper.
Yeah.
Like it.
Yeah, that was Fallen One. Fallen One played it very well. Exactly. I'm trying to think of the overall lineup though. But
if All-in-One's playing the Gravekeeper, that means somebody else is going to play the Cthulhu Font this game then, because he was actually the Cthulhu Font player for game number 4.
Man does it all, yeah.
Hellborn's lineup is finished. So from top to bottom, we have Monarch, Soul Reaper, Icor, Lodestone, and now a Madman. So they're going with a dual core of Soul Reaper and Madman. 2 defensive supports, Icor and Monarch. So again, valuing defensive supports here. And then they're going to be running that position 3 Lodestone. So from top to bottom, this looks, I would say, quite solid. We'll probably see, I guess, mid lane Soul Reaper this game against the Gravekeeper, just judging from the picks. And then probably a safe lane Madman, maybe a dual long of Icor and Lodestone. That would probably be decent, actually, for causing pressure. Icor plus Lodestone is 2 tanky, annoying heroes. Very similar to the Cthulhu and Scrap, although Scrap is not a strength hero per se, but does he need to be a strength hero? He's got Vorax. Come on now.
Yeah, so Beastberry. Sorry,
too many goldfish.
That's a goldfish catching me. Beast Bear is he was a player that I actually saw in Soul Reaper yesterday for New Generation. That was a lot of fun to watch and very impressive. So they were swapping around heroes. I'm like, I'm sure it's going to end up on him again. And yeah, sure enough, he is the one to play. He played in mid, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday. So in that Gravekeeper matchup, so that'll be fun. But again, I love this. Here we are in the 5th and final game. We have several heroes that we haven't seen the whole series, including Forsaken Archer, and we talked about the Scrap already. But yeah, Forsaken Archer, final pick. So that's the carry of choice over there.
Yeah, so the matchup between FA and Madman is pretty interesting, I would say, because FA is, I would say, like a slightly worse laner than Madman, but she comes online much earlier into the game than Madman does in terms of playing position 1. Mostly because she has built-in split fire, and she only needs like Steam Boots plus either an Elder Parasite or a Whispering Helm to go into the jungle and do jungle stacks. Alternatively, you could also go like just into a bottle instead of the lifesteal farming option. As long as your support can sustain you in jungle, it's perfectly fine to do that. So the FA can work on jungle stacks much earlier than the Madman, but they have a Soul Reaper who might be looking to do that instead. But as far as the carry matchup is concerned, the Madman will need something bigger like a Cleaver or a Mock of Brilliance to compete in terms of GPM with the FA. So the FA is quite fun to see here in game number 5. I think we will see a Nullfire Blade, probably Nullfire Blade like Geometer's Bane type of build this game, which should be very, very good going up against these like mana pool dependent heroes like the Soul Reaper and the Monarch. I mean, in theory at least. We'll see if that plays out like that or not, but I think the FA is quite a good option here as far as their late game presence. Now I will say in the previous game they had the Cthulhu staff, the Empath, which they have this Empath once again, but the downside here is that no other hero on the Legion side other than the Empath has a staff effect. So the Gravekeeper, the Scrap, and the FA, funny enough, all 3 of these do not have staffs, so they will not be able to really utilize this type of item route if they wanted to do that, like just like they did in game number 4.
That is actually interesting. The fact that that's the case. They have 3 other heroes that don't have the effect. Yeah, I'm watching the top lane here, and so I was gonna say the Hellborn team. Well, first off, they're gonna get Bloodlust. Scrap is just in no man's land. He's gonna accept death at that point. Not much more can be done, I suppose, at that point. So, but they want to make sure to address this Cthulhu also. Unlike last game, where Cthulhu got that fantastic start against Jeremiah, and once again we saw the momentum he built off of that. So. I was curious. I was like, oh, is Scrap going to die? Maybe try to go somewhere else? But I don't know. I suppose I don't know what else he was going to do. But he does come back to the top lane. And now the question is, maybe after Forsaken Archer gets a level or 2, will Empath come up here, I guess. But for now, it's a funky 2 versus 3 lane up top.
Yeah, and I want to say that I don't think Legion expected Icor to be up here. I think they were expecting him to go do along with the Lodestone. He might get caught here, actually, but does have Marchers. Thula's Trample is down, and he's dead.
Wow. Very close to Icor. Icor baiting out the turn kill, and it is a double tap onto the Madman. Going the way of the Madman, that is, as well. So that is a start. Next Generation already has 3-0 hero kills, almost 1,000 gold lead.
540 GPM on the Madman already. That's scary. 2-0-1. And the Bloodlust actually went to Monarch earlier, so imagine if Madman had the Bloodlust, that would have been like even higher. Would have been pretty scary, but
yeah.
What's Empath gonna do now? Is he gonna rotate to mid lane and try to gank this Soul Reaper? Very vulnerable target against like a wall gank, but he's only level 1 with Essence Link, so needs to get level 2 first if he wants to do that.
We'll say Fallen One is doing a great start once again on Gravekeeper. 11 and 8. 8 denies already against the Soul Reapers. 8 and 0. So we do see a slight difference there in that GPM. Gravekeeper certainly winning the matchup early on. And Beth heads back bottom though. So yeah, this kind of goes back to obviously it seems like at this point the Legion team, HTC, is pretty committed to accepting that the Cthulhu bot's not going to have as great of a start this time around. It's going to be a little bit more of a difficult top lane.
Yeah, and they're choosing to keep Empath bottom lane. I don't know if you necessarily want to have the Empath take experience from the FA early game and then leave the FA to 1v1 the Lodestone, because when the Lodestone gets an XP advantage and hits level 6, that could be just a dead FA. It's not really the strongest carry for dealing. Oh, top lane, they're diving actually. They get 1 kill first.
Yeah, they just simply run them down. I mean, obviously there's a lot more going on, but it's the fact that they could just kind of run down the Cthulhu font and then switch over and get the kill on Scrap right after the fact. It continues to not be good news for HGC. It's one thing to just accept that it's not going to be a good lane, but it's another thing. That's 2 deaths on Cthulhu font, 3 deaths on Scrap already. You can't just keep dying over and over again up here.
It's also interesting the Scrap got a point into the Scavenge. Doesn't have his Mousetrap at level 2, so they don't have the stun to throw on the floor and prevent them from diving into the tower, for example. If they had an extra stun to follow up the trample, they'd be a little less, or a little more cautious, I guess I should say, to tower diving. But maybe they recognize that he has the heal, and that really doesn't offer him a whole lot other than he's trying to collect the morsels to get more experience. But at that point, I don't think it'll really matter if you just end up chain feeding, so probably some oversight to skip the Mousetrap level 2.
TP to the top lane as Ichor comes back in. He's going to provide some region as well to Madman, so this Madman...
Gravekeeper hunting Soul Reaper here in the jungle.
Oh yeah,
it's interesting because they both don't have Marchers, and they both don't have level 6s either. And now Gravekeeper getting caught here. Oh, he actually gets his Marchers delivered and has a health potion. So I think he's fine.
Oh, okay.
But you know who's not fine? Is Monarch.
Oh, Monarch's dead, in fact, is going for some mid-top rune control, and Ichor is going to try to take out Scrap, but Scrap keeping his distance, although Ichor's going in fast now. Cthulhu Font doing what he can, and it is more than enough to help secure the kill, and in fact, a double kill for the team, so...
Big difference when he has the Mousetrap, right? Because now he could stun him, and then the Zoomerang has such a low cooldown when you catch it on the way back. It resets back, and then he was able to cast the Zoomerang a second time. So that's the big difference there with having the Mousetrap now. Stalled out long enough so that he could actually use this Zoomerang twice and net himself a kill and survive.
Forsaken Archer. Haven't really talked much. I know you're kind of theory craft as far as what we'll probably see with an item build, but GPM is certainly there. 420 gold per minute, nice. We got Steam Boots as well as a Soul Scream Ring, but has the early stats and getting the job done is safe to say. But on the other side, Lodestone, he's doing okay. He hasn't died yet. He's level 6. He's above that 200 GPM mark. I would say that's overall pretty good considering it's a 2 versus 1 down there.
Back a lot of rotations happening. This is the action part of the map.
It sure is. Continues to do so, and Madman continues to feed and get more kills. Feed off of the kills is what I was getting at. Scrap is gonna survive. Didn't want to dive too long, but Gravekeeper will get cut off, rotating over. That is a huge kill on Gravekeeper. Remember, that's a mid Gravekeeper. Dying now. A Demonic Execution, first 1 seed of the game, and Soul Reaper wants another. He's got that sacrificial stone, so he's very tanky, and Beastbear will get credit for the double tap.
Yep. No boots on the server, but he's able to run down the scrap because he was caught trying to make a juke in the trees there.
So they don't have the Cthulhu
often.
Fund to fall back on this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not often these rotations work when you have no marchers picked up, like 7 minutes in. You're able to just go behind the tower and get a double tap, but the stars aligned there for him, and he was able to make it work, and now rotates into the jungle to work on more jungle camps. Not triple stacks, but that's okay. Still taking out some single and double camps.
Knows Forsaken Archer did a couple of massive stacks in his own jungle, but so again, his GPM continues to be very impressive. But it is the only successful one at this point in the game. Going to heavily rely on that developing into something, and it also kind of goes to the fact that if you're new generation, getting Chrysalis up.
Oh
wow.
My! That's a level 4 corpse explosion. That took out, it felt like 60% of Madman's health in one button.
I am surprised. It just evaporated right there. Holy crap. Yeah, this Gravekeeper kid. We saw it in the first game. It was definitely impressive as well in that one, but it reminds us the damage that it can do. Forsaken is okay. Fine.
That was a good wall from Empath.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't chase. So I want to point out something that's very interesting here. The Hellborn is winning 8-4 in kills, but they're losing in golden XP by 1,700 and 3,000.
Yeah.
Don't you find that a little odd?
Well, it goes back to the Forsaken, right? That's what I was talking about. I mean, this Forsaken is definitely doing his part, and it's just a matter of how will that translate. He is going to go that Nullifier from the looks of it. You're talking about the item progression there. But yeah, how will that translate? Because that gold lead as a team is good, but majority of it is on the Forsaken Archer. Well, as I'm saying that now, I guess Cthulhu Font and Gravekeeper actually have jumped up a bit, so.
Oh, they're going to run into Lodestone here. No mana for the Link stun to set up the crippling volley.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually places a ward underneath the ward already placed previously by Empath, which has been there for a little while, and they should have spotted that. I was gonna say I dislike the FA skipping like bottle or anything to sustain himself, but he's making it work for now. Has Menopod and getting healed up by the Empath. Good combo coming in here. The piercing arrows with the crippling volley lockdown. As Lodestone couldn't rocket drill away, ends up dying to that.
Yeah, they needed all of that to make sure to get that kill, and so yeah, very good kill. Certainly from Forsaken Archer. I'm noticing Cthulhu Font being jumped there, but he is able to trample over the ledge and keep his distance from a demonic execution. So he'll survive, and back to Forsaken. He's going to get a tower kill on top of this. So that GPM, it's impressive. I mean, we were just talking about like a 1,500 gold lead for the team. Now it's 4,000. It is rapidly increasing.
Yeah, he's getting closer to 600 GPM, and with the Nullfire 1 pickup, thinking if he will level this up or not. It looks like he's actually going to go into another Quick Blade, so he's going to keep level 1 Nullfire for now, and then build, I guess, into a Firebrand. I'm not really opposed to this, per se. Monarch dies to a Gravekeeper rotation with the Zombie Apocalypse being used. Oh, that's a good kill, though, on the FA.
Yeah, that's a massive kill. That's a lot of gold going their way, and talk about needing to be the kill if you're new generation to
Empath getting caught as well.
Down. And they are going to catch Monarch, or Empath, excuse me, to get the 2, and maybe go for a 3rd. I mean, Soul Reaper wants to get Gravekeeper kind of just charging, and doesn't have his demonic execution though. Did he go a little too deep right? Here's the question. Cthulhu Font, try to make him pay, but he is fairly tanky, as is Lodestone. No Shadow Storm either, so.
This fight looks so funny, actually. They're all dancing in the face of each other, but nobody's getting stunned down or dying.
Intimidation right there. But yeah, big kill on Forsaken. That's. I mean, you see the GPM of him. He was upwards of 600, and he's already dipped down to about 540. I mean, it's still very impressive, but it slowed him down quite a bit for sure.
Yep.
Soul Reaper.
I'm
good
actually
stat
wondering
here.
how he died to the Sorber. Like, was he low when he got caught in the jungle?
He might have been. I honestly didn't catch it myself until like right as the death
I
happened.
feel like he
so.
had to have been because he has quite a bit of HP even with just being on Agi's steam boots. But yeah, not gonna really think too much about it. Probably tanked the camps a little bit like he did just now and took some damage. Gravekeeper, what he went tablet what in game number 1? You think he'll do that again here in game 5?
What are they up against? I don't know if it's as necessary this game.
So
I mean,
maybe just going straight into Blink?
I think
PK?
the blink, yeah, because wasn't he was partnered up with something too that had a blink or was going to blink, I thought. I forget the exact lineup around it. But yeah, this game it feels like blink actually would be pretty good.
They're going out through the phone here. Willston's gonna run into Gravekeeper.
Fencing wins.
Ooh, wow.
Not gonna matter. Big burst again. Yeah. You got Icor. He's gonna survive though and helping get the turn call through the font as well as Scrap. So big picture. Very good for the side of New Generation.
I think they brought all 5 players up here, right? And they only lost the Monarch, so 3 for 1. But they end up giving up their mid tower to do so. So they're gonna need to even up the towers by getting top tower, which they will do. And the gold lead is almost back to even. It's 900 gold lead for Legion now, which was previously I think around 4,000 the last we checked. So the kills from the top lane that the Hellborn got actually closed the gap by a lot.
I'm a little surprised. I mean, I think they saw this double. Is that a double or triple? I think it's a double stack agents. They were as a team just walking through the Legion jungle. Surprised they didn't just go for that, but they ended up going away anyway. So they're gonna leave it for now. Then just go to their own jungle. Madman's loving it. He's got a nice stack right here. With that
he rushed the cleaver
so.
just like we saw in the last Madman game, where he was. I think he was against the Hammerstorm that game. So very similar. Like the Hammerstorm and the FA both come online much sooner than the cleaver carry does, which is why we see the FA so much higher in GPM right now. And she was level 13 at 13 minutes, about to be level 14 here at 14 minutes. So again, her XPM and GPM king of the charts right now. But, you know, there's still room for Madman to try to close the gap now that he's got his farming tool. Need to delay the game as much as possible, allow the Madman to try to catch up, per se. But I will say, once the FA gets her shrunken, she's going to be very hard to deal with in that timing window. Top lane hasted Gravekeeper fighting the Icor. It ends up being Scrap actually going down, and Gravekeeper runs on out of there. He was very low on life. Were you muted?
I'm sitting there like, yeah. Well, one thing I pointed out though is, Icor, he was by himself at the beginning of that, and that was a zombie apocalypse use and everything, but still, he actually just tanked all that damage and eventually got the support, and they turn on the Scrap. So that's an unfortunate sign for HTC. Of course, Icor is definitely one of these supports, so you can't think like, oh, he's just a support, I'm gonna kill him quickly. No, he's definitely a bit tankier than most.
Yeah, and even the Monarch, like, if she's able to get off a Chrysalis, like, makes everybody just really hard to kill, so there's not really, like, an easy kill per se on the Hellborn side. But yeah, so going back to the FA, though, her timing of Shrunken Head is really key this game. She's getting that timing, like, pre-20 minutes at this pace, so that's going to be really hard for Hellborn to deal with. Almost 700 GPM FA with a Nullfire 1 Firebrand Shrunken around the corner. What they're gonna need to do, I would say, is when that timing hits, they are going to need to try to like split push and dodge as much as possible. Lodestone on one lane with the PK, and then Madman and Soul Reaper like just spacing the map, trying to continue to drag the game out. Because right now, Madman will not be able to fight the FA. Demonic Execution comes out top lane, stopping the teleport of Cthulhu Fought.
And they should be able to get this one. Madman will do so. He gets both the auto attacks and finishes the job there. So nice kill onto the Cthulhu Fought. Madman will gladly take a bit more of that farm. But yeah, it kind of goes back to what you're saying. This Forsaken Archer is still very, very deadly here on the other side, despite things overall looking decent now for New Generation.
It's gonna ultimate the Ancients there, which is fine. But here comes the shrunken timing we've been talking about. Almost 17 minutes in.
Scrap's dead. He gets run down, so yeah, they kill the Ancients, but losing a hero in the process, kind of creating space, I suppose. But
88 Ruin on top,
BPM.
so he's going for Kongor. Oh, they got the ward down, so even though Monarch dies here, they have an idea that the Kong's being done. I'm interested to see if they want to try to steal this. Now, the ward was removed, and we have 2 wards from Legion on 2 pillars, so I don't think that they can actually calculate this correctly without seeing it. And look at how fast FA took the Kongor. It's already dead.
That. It's also the ability, what's available. And the Shadow Storm was not available, still isn't. Demonic Execution is still on cooldown.
Yeah.
So it's like you really don't have the greatest initiation right now. So yeah, it just wasn't right time. So I'm fine with New Generation, certainly not defending that, but that's big. I mean, that's big for HTC at the same time. They will gladly take that Kongor, and now they're going to go for the top tower, and no signs of that being stopped either. But eventually, we're going to get a big team fight here, and going to get an idea of how this Forsaken Archer's farm is going to really show off.
Yeah, so I would say in theory, the Madman still needs 2 more items. I think he still needs the Shrunken. Oh, here we have an initiation from the Lodestone. I think the Rocket Drill actually missed. They tried to catch the Gravekeeper. That's very unfortunate, because if they could have killed him, it would have been really good to try to stall this push that's happening top lane, but not going to be the case. So I think Madman will need 2 items. He will still need the Shrunken just to be able to man up, because there's so many disables. But he will also, I think, need a Brutalizer. Mostly because the FA is like 150, in the 150 to 200 GPM gap right now, lead. And I think even when they both have Shrunkens on, the FA probably overpowers the Madman at the moment. So once he gets to Shrunken plus Brutalizer, then I think we're maybe looking at a contest between the 2 carries. But for now, we know the deal. It's the FA show right now.
Yeah. Bottom secondary tower, though, it's going to be matched by New Generation. As eventually it'll go down, and now it's
Gold
that
and
spot
XP
of
almost equal once again.
This is a hell of a game 5. It really is. Yeah, it's one of those you kind of hope for with the 5th and final game of the grand final. So I was going to say, this is that spot of who's going to kind of blink first now, and both teams end up going back to defend one another's bases, and so we're not going to see a clash, understandably. Both teams playing a little bit on the safer side right here, but Forsaken Archer, ooh, he is smoking up, and he is heading into the Hellborn jungle. Yeah, there's Empath, jumps inside. They're hunting.
So when you're when you're trading towers like the 2 teams are doing right now, this will almost always favor the team that's playing from behind. When you're the Legion side was previously leading. When you're the team that's in the driver's seat, you want to be the ones that dictate when the fights happen. So you want to be the ones choosing to defend rather than trade. And I think the fact that they traded top for bottom towers was probably a mistake if you're the Legion side, because they have all the items that they need necessarily, I would say, to fight, other than maybe having like a PK on the Cthulhu or the Gravekeeper. So they don't necessarily have that initiation tool right now. But it's kind of hurting the FA's timing, I would say, a bit, that the team support isn't having a way to get the fights going. So it's really good for Hellborn that they're able to keep the pace of the game the way it is right now. Because I do think, even though they're against an FA, you give time to the Madman and also to the Soul Reaper, and that is going to, in theory, favor the Hellborn side. They get their own Kongor killed as well. That was like also some more Kongor buffs and gold that they were not having at their disposal, where the Legion took their Kongor pretty early.
Yeah, and Madman also has a double damage rune bottled up.
Yes. So
You know, he wants to use
if
that.
they can get like a pick off or a really good initiation from the lodestone, even like surprising them, it's very possible to still kill the Forsaken Archer because there's not a Monarch or a Demented Shaman or anything behind the FA. It's an Empath and a Scrap. These heroes do not save the FA in the same manner that like a different defensive support would.
Gravekeeper going really deep by himself, and he just gets caught out in no man's land right there. Meanwhile, Forsaken Archer able to get away, dabble away. He's going to be fine for now. Turns around with his ultimate, but now the Madman sitting on top of you. Look at the damage by both sides. Who's going to die first? It will be Forsaken Archer goes down first, and so does Empath as a result too. It was close, but it's not good enough from Forsaken Archer, and as a team, that double damage on a Madman, no doubt, the big factor as well. A complete wipeout. All they lost was their Icor.
This is so disastrous for Legion. I mean, FA is still 740 GPM, but the rest of the team is all between 200 and 300 GPM. And look at the Hellborn. The Soul Reaper is now 500. The Madman is 650, getting even closer to the FA now with this tower kill. It's going to be even closer. And now they have a 7,500 gold lead. All of a sudden, just because of that one team fight, that DD coming in clutch, and the mono-e-mono fight between FA and Madman was so close to going either way.
I mean, one other thing I would bring up as hold on thought though, because Madman gets jumped by Cthulhu Fawn. That blade melee, you gotta respect it. You don't want to be attacking into a Madman. Taking this time, figuring out who he wants to go for. One wants to go for Scrap. Forsaken Archer still dead for 8 more seconds. The Shatterstorm explosion gets the one kill. Madman's locked down. Madman's in a bad spot, and he is gonna go down. So got his hand caught in the cookie jar, and Madman is killed off. Monarch likely gonna also fall and be a victim here too, but so a little bit of a present there for HTC at least, as they are able to defend. Now Forsaken Archer's up. You got to figure they're going to try to force this buyback out of Madman.
I'm laughing because you said cookie jar, and in my mind I was thinking goldfish bag.
And then in the goldfish bag, yeah, like this one right here. Mine's gonna get caught in it.
Pretty large oversight there to hang around in the base. I mean, the idea was there. I think they were riding momentum from the previous team fight, so they got a little careless there. And a death on the Madman is honestly not that good, but let's see if they can hold the push off here.
Madman has 8 more seconds himself, so now, Gravekeeper, he got, once again, a little bit too far up. And so he's dead, and now, yeah, you do not want to do what New Generation just did on your side of the map. And so Forsaken Archer is going to make sure to get the hell on out of there with Empath before risking anything like that happening. So we're going to have a bit of a reset now
Group smoke
between the two teams.
From Hellborn. They know FA is top, and she's not synced to anyone, so they could maybe predict that she's alone, but she will TP out in the trees. Good map awareness to leave the top lane.
I mean, yeah, if she keeps pushing, she's dead for sure, so absolutely the right decision there. As Cthulhu Fun, I mean, he's in a much safer spot, but he ain't safe even over here, although I guess with the trample, he is pretty safe.
He did stack the disable a little bit. I don't know if it would have made the difference there with the Rocket Drill and the Crippling Pollen coming in at the same time. But the Barbed Armor was up. I think Madman was actually still able to fight through that, actually, but it would have been very close nonetheless. Now, Madman is pretty close to finishing his Brutalizer, which I'm pretty sure is what his next item will be, going up against the FA. He has the bottle from Soul Reaper still. I'm wondering if he's going to drop that for the slot, or if he's going to sell his Chalice. Probably will drop the bottle slot. But yeah, he has enough gold now. I think he should just honestly go ahead and buy it, because I'm not sure if there's another item that is better at the moment, unless he feels like the Wingbow is going to kick in before he could farm a either a counter Wingbow or a Savage Mace to deal with the FA. That's honestly the only other really alternative I could foresee right now. I think his options are either Brutalizer or deal with this potential Wingbow that's coming up from FA.
Go through the fun, trying to get that staff. We saw how impactful that was last game, but again, this is a much different game, several levels, and including the timing of when Cthulhu may be able to get this item, if at all this game, is going to be much, much later. So, but he is trying to. He's got the glowstone, and of course, even the other components, about 2,500 gold away. As 4 players, though, they're pushing bottom. Gravekeeper's not with them down here. Gravekeeper is top currently, and he is showing that.
Yeah, so if you're Legion, you should know that you can't really overcommit to anything here or get caught out of position, because the Gravekeeper cannot be there, and they should know that. He ports down to the bot lane, so he wants to join his team. Maybe they will try to bait the Vorax. Soul Reaper goes in very far ahead of his team, pops the Shrunken, almost dies, does end up falling.
He underestimated the damage potential for sure. Madman's also underestimating it. He almost drops right there. Gets out before that, though. Lowstar goes down, but so does Icor. Madman, the sole survivor. What just happened? I swear, both sides, I mean, both the Gravekeeper and the Soul Reaper now, it's like they kind of just run in, like, to check things out. It doesn't feel like heroes. I guess Soul Reaper a little bit more makes sense, but that Forsaken Archer just shredded him.
And it's a little bit odd because he can see the Cthulhu charging at him. There's no portal key on the Cthulhu, and that's what they used to initiate. Triple buybacks coming out from Hellborn to defend this space.
I mean, yeah, they want to at least hit the tier 4, and they're going to go in pretty aggressively for Second Archer, though. Oh, Demonic Execution doesn't kill him, however. They're trying to get more damage in there. Madman finally gets in there and, yes, takes out the Forsaken Archer. FA did get a couple of kills beforehand, though, and they take out Madman after the fact. So they used everything on the side of New Generation to kill FA. They do so, but it comes at a big cost. And now a buyback coming out from Forsaken Archer. Madman doing the same. FA is still not here, though. It's going to be a while. She is running back. Through the pot going really deep, and maybe going to regret that decision. Scrap, he's definitely regretting the decision to go deep. He just says, ah, screw it. I'm going to distract you. Might as well. So he's going to die, but you don't want to chase us too much, because guess who's coming? It's Forsaken Archer.
With Empath.
Oh, no.
With another ultimate.
Great tablet.
Oh, he has DD, too.
Yeah, oh my gosh, get out of there. Soul Reaper, he is fine.
I will say, though, I do not think the buyback from FA was necessary at all. I think it was a little bit preemptive to do that. I was paying attention to his gold, and I think he had about 18 or 1900 when he bought back to... He could have maybe split the boots and bought a post haste if he really wanted to be here quicker. But at the same time, I'm kind of happy that he didn't, because he still has the steam boots, which are a little bit better for him right now. Gravekeeper gets one banged here by the Lodestone combo.
Yeah, it's almost like...
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, I was going to say, it feels like kind of one of those situations where with that buyback, they're getting a little antsy. Like, oh, with this Archer, we can finish the game here. We're getting excited, but yeah. Pretty unnecessary. Now FA, okay,
good Shrunken
well,
from FA. Should be able to collect one kill here.
And now I think we're finally going to slow down, yep. Back off from one another. Okay, well...
So in that last big team fight, not the one when he bought back, but before that, the Madman had 4,000 plus gold, and I can remember I was saying how he should buy a Brutalizer, but he was maybe thinking about whether he needs to counter the Wingbow. He didn't buy an item for that fight, and then after he bought back, I believe, or maybe before, he bought the Brutalizer, now has another 2,500 gold saved up. So it's really good that he has the Brutalizer now, but I wish he had it sooner. And now it's either buy a Wingbow or counter the FA's Wingbow with a Savage. So those are I think his two options.
Now, Geometer's Bane also just finished on Forsaken Archer. So that 800 plus gold per minute really continues to show off.
Do you find it...
Madman's top.
Do you find it funny that he's kept the Nullfire level 1? He cannot purge enemy debuffs until it's level 2, and he cannot purge anything off himself until it's level 3.
Oh, really? So right now it's just
the level 1 is literally just mana combustion on auto attack. It doesn't. You cannot. Well, you can like use it on enemies to slow them, but you cannot purge anything with it being level 1.
Okay. Wow, I did not know that. That's interesting.
Yeah,
How much is it
says
to upgrade?
Level 2 plus dispels buffs on enemies. Level 3 targets self to dispel buffs.
Is you just need a pattern for the upgrade, so 860 every time? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. That seems, yeah, it seems worth at least to get the level 1 for sure. Or level 2, excuse me, but...
Yeah, mostly because I think you would want to purge the Chrysalis this game. So I think level 2... I think if I was to stop leveling it, I would stop at 2, not at level 1. That's, I think, the more curious part I have with it.
To the font, he's in.
Raxes are dead.
Shatterstorm on a Forsaken Archer. Drops in half life. Now Madman goes in, trying to finish the job, but the life still kicking it. Oh my god! Finally, Forsaken goes down. They lose a lot of casualties though. Madman at half life, you still got to respect what they can do, and yeah, he's going to keep his distance for now. Soul Reaper also up, but they lose the Rax. And there's a fallback.
Who did the Soul Reaper ulti? Did you see? Because I didn't catch it. Was it the FA or was it?
I think it was the FA.
Okay, so they actually did
Might have
kill the FA in the end, but they lost the Rax.
It wasn't to kill the FA though. I know that. So I'm wondering if it actually the BKB stopped or something, or we just used it much earlier on than
maybe he casted it on the FA during his shrunken, because I actually didn't catch where it was used. But judging from the fact that all of the other players are still alive, it didn't take anyone out, so I would imagine he had to have used it on the FA. Or it could have potentially been missed on somebody entirely, but we'll hope that that didn't happen.
The illusion, maybe. Hey, it's happening.
I have no idea.
we don't actually know, so...
Madman dying top gets soloed by a Gravekeeper, who has a Hellflower. We haven't really talked too much about the Gravekeeper this game. And he didn't even go Portal Key, he just went Tablet, Energizer, Hellflower.
Well, Scrap got jumped, never mind. Shatterstorm somewhat whiffs, good Tablet defensive use there. Cthulhu Font in the front. You got Scrap trying to stay alive. As Soul Reaper's running him down, and auto attack no is not going to finish the job. Forsaken Archer is not here, and neither is Mammoth. Another team with their big hard right click carry. So that's why no one's dying the fastest.
Yeah, the fight looks so slow without the big damage dealers. Everyone else just looks like normal heroes right now.
Yeah, guess who's here now, though? It's Forsaken, and there we go. There's some damage coming out.
Oh, wow. Everyone goes down now.
Yeah, that's, that happens. I mean, Madman has 20 seconds left before he's up. He has a buyback, but now it's that really awkward spot of, you don't want to? That's going to be top Rax. They're just going to go mid. Why not? I mean, you got to buy back, like, at this point. I know it's only 10 seconds, but you're going to lose all 3. He just has to wait it out now.
But he has buyback still.
Yeah, that's mega creeps. Try to pick them off before they get away. That would be big. Madman goes in, going for the battle with Forsaken Archer. Yeah, good kiting. BKB active though, and Madman is going to get the kill, but it doesn't matter. He falls again, and there's the offensive buyback again by Forsaken Archer. Madman, okay, Madman did buy back. That's right. He did not buy back earlier. That's right.
Payback.
Yeah, they just call it now. Yeah, GG's. Saying GG at least, but it's over. It's going to be a victory for hard to communicate. They do make the comeback happen. I mean, it was 2-1 New Generation going into that game 4. Obviously, they won the game 4 to force this 5th one, and now HTC are your tournament champions. Congratulations.
Unofficial, but give it 10 seconds.
I mean, they GG. Like, technically, that's official. What are the rules?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right. Well, FA
There we go.
takes it home, and yeah, the Madman just couldn't. They had that one good fight, but it was looking really good, Breaky, when they got that turn fight to go in their way. It's really unfortunate that they overcommitted and Madman got stunned in the tier 3 tower and died, because honestly, like, for me, that was the turning point. They did like exactly what they were supposed to do, drag the game out, avoid the fighting into the FA when she was like really farmed, and get to the items that I said the Madmen needed to get to. They did everything up until that point correct. They won the fight with the DD. It was looking so good, and then they had one slip up. One slip up sometimes is all it takes in Heroes of Newerth. You do one bad fight, and the game just turns, and that is what happened here. And props to New Generation. They take it home. Very well executed Forsaken
Nope.
Archer lineup. Oh, sorry.
Hard to
Did I say
communicate.
that? Hard to communicate. Sorry, wrong name. The Legion side with the FA, whoever they were, they won the tournament. Congratulations to them.
There you go. No, hard to communicate. Yeah, that's impressive performance from them. So well played, well played. And New Generation will come up as the runner-up here. But overall, hey, we got a hell of a series. That's what we could have hoped for. Obviously, coming into today, it ended up being a good one, going the distance, of course. And great game 5 to finish it off. That was fun. But that does mean we are going to be coming to a conclusion here. So I believe, right? We are doing interviews? Okay. Possibly interviews. Got to really find out what they're thinking, how they're feeling in this moment. Celebration. We're going to see a lot today, though. What can you tell me?
I was going to say, I can tell you what they're probably not thinking about. It's probably goldfish.
I finished my bag, man. Gone.
Taunting me all serious with this darn goldfish bag. Why you do this to me, huh?
Yeah. None for you.
Of course.
What was I going to say? Share. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we definitely got to see a good amount, though, as far as, like I said, the hero picks. I mean, all the way to the final game. We got a Forsaken Archer carry. We didn't see the whole series, so stuff like that. It's always fun. Always fun to come back to, cast some Heroes of Newerth throughout the weekend and see so much diversity, especially in a single series as well. So props to the teams for coming through with that and making it extra entertaining when it comes to strategy and whatnot. But a team that, hard to communicate. They, you win an event like this. Again, it's labeled an amateur tournament, of course. There was regulations in place, making it so the players working to ideally, professional players in the air quotes here, the professional players and the current Heroes that we're seeing. And seems like we really got that here. And now it's like, okay, you win this one. So maybe the next bigger tournament, we'll see a couple of these teams and their appearances and what they can do against the best of the best, such as yourself, of course.
We're not here to talk about me. This ain't the time for that.
You think these teams have what it takes?
To what?
To compete.
Join the Pro League?
To join the Pro League, to play with the best of the best.
Why
in the
not?
World.
Give them a chance.
I agree. I mean, usually those tournaments are open anyway, so technically, yeah. Anyone can join. I can join. You guys looking for support?
It depends. Do you go Codex first item?
Yes.
Okay, you're on the team.
That's what I thought.
That's a requirement. You have to love Codex and post haste. That way you can get there faster to Codex.
You know the song I was listening to? We're ready.
Be patient, paradise. Oh wait,
be patient. Dear Lord, we got a lot of people in here.
Hello, guys.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Welcome. Who do we got in here? Who the hell do we got? Jonas from New Generation. Okay. Matapa and Pernilia.
It's Doomy.
It's Doomy. Oh, there we go. That makes more
I
sense.
am Molina Prime.
It should be Malapa.
Yeah. Who's who? You're confusing me. Anyways, first off, congratulations to Hard to Communicate on the victory there. Well played. That was a hell of a game 5. Feeling pretty good after that. We'll start with Doomy.
Oh my god, man. My heart is racing so much. What a good game.
Forsaken Archer, huh? That we didn't see the hero whole series. I mean, what was the idea behind the FA pick going to that final game?
We were thinking like we need something that can like alt farm super fast because we know that they're gonna suicide with Lodestone. So we just pick something super greedy and then farm jungle super fast, and then get our items like super fast, and then we can push. And it ended up working out really well.
Yeah, I mean, as a overall, it was the team was had the ups and downs, but you on Forsaken Archer, you only had ups. You were farming like a, dare I say, like a madman, even better than the madman, way better than the madman on the other side. So yeah, props on that. What you got? What do you got?
Well, I guess to build upon your question to Doomy here, so you actually played quite a few carries this finals, and more specifically, the Sandwraith was a standout to me. You guys ran a TB Sandwraith lineup. That was something I haven't seen in a long time. Take me through your thought process picking the Sandwraith for that game, and ultimately that one went really well for you guys. So how were you feeling playing the Sandwraith?
That game, we didn't rely on winning early game. We were like hoping to get to mid and late game and play like super safe. Because for our combo to work, we need like Thunderbringer ult and then Cthulhu staff that stacks them out together. And then he also staff empath, and then I join in with fear, and then it's just kaboom, kaboom, combo. Otherwise, we couldn't really do much. If we fail it once, I think the game would have been lost at any point.
Yeah. So that was fun to watch. I actually, when we were commenting the first half of the game, I was expecting you to build into a Nullfire Blade after the Hyper Crown, but once you got staffed by the Cthulhu font, I changed my mind and I said, I think you should go staff now into either a Shrunken or a Sheepstick. And then you did exactly what I said. So I loved your item build, even though at first I thought Nullfire Blade was the go-to choice. But that worked out really well. So I was very happy with the way you itemized that game. So I will reverse the question now to Jonas. So you guys had this like very defensive grouping up lineup with the Monarch, Jeraziah, and the Pearl Apex. Did you guys feel like the pressure to try to end that game as soon as possible? Because we noticed you guys kept grouping up, going to that bottom lane, trying to like force fights, but it just didn't end up working in the end.
Yeah, we were definitely like we had been farming for a while because after we played the early game, we did a rotation. So I was farming on the bot lane, and I was farming their woods too. So we had stacks in our jungle all the time, and we only needed our 2 items on our apex. So we had our arcane bomb and we had the barrier. So we thought that this was our timing to fight. But and then the first time I got melted on Jeraziah too fast on the tower, and there was nothing to save me because my support got ulted by the Cthulhu Fant, so they couldn't save me. So that was the first throw, and then the second throw, which escalated again too much, I think, was on the mid lane, where they were allowed to get their full combo off because we weren't able to. The Thunderbringer and Sandwraith ulti, they took too much of our support health, and unfortunately our Monarch died before she could get off her the ulti, so they had like their full combo that they wanted to do, they got to do it. And we didn't even get our Apex ulti off, so I think that was quite unfortunate. So 2 big throws in a game which we could potentially use to kept farming enemy woods because they could never catch me on the other side. I tip out. So maybe that was very greedy game. I think we had the better lineup. I was happy with it.
Yeah, and just to go back to that game a bit more, you guys actually played the early game very well. I mean, you guys were grouping up, tower diving, getting kills. It was looking really good early game. So, and that's just a tribute to the whole series in general. You guys took this one obviously to 5 games, went the full distance. So it was a really good series as far as a spectator's point of view.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think there was a lot of good points for you guys. Out of the 5 games, like which one would you guys say you were like the most happy with how it played out?
For me, it was the Sandwraith game. That game, I didn't believe in my captain of how he picks because I knew we were gonna lose the laning phase pretty hard at bot if it's against a Trident, and we really did. Like I could barely last hit and stuff, but it ended up working out like super well, and I had a lot of fun doing the combo. So I'm really happy with that game.
I think the game that I was most happy with was the second game, because in the qualifiers we saw that they did the 1-1-3, and we didn't pick accordingly to that in the qualifiers, and we ended up almost losing that game. Very surprised that we won that game. And then the first game today, they brought in the same strat, and as the drafting leader, I didn't think about it again. So I beat myself up for it. And then the second game, I knew they were gonna do the same thing, so I wanted to draft for that. So I'm not a mid lane player, but I gave me Alonia because so I can recover in woods. I got this Kraken to fight the Lord, and then we just put 2 healing supports and a swift play on the long lane to counter all of their picks. And I was really happy with that, and then we did the same for the rest of the series.
Yeah, the one you mentioned, the Alonia game, that one was fun to watch. Kraken had a lot of impact, and I think Breaky specifically said they must be banning Kraken next game. And then I think it was even in that third game, you guys got to play Kraken again, and
Yeah.
Breaky was pulling his hair out. He was saying, "Why don't they just ban the Kraken?" And you guys did force them to, in the fourth game, ban it out. But to go back to that third game, this one's for Doomy. Your team actually picked a jungle hero, so I have to talk about jungle heroes because it's my bread and butter. I think this was the only game the whole series that had a jungle hero. Ultimately, it didn't work out. But what was the thought process for this game? You guys ran this offlane keeper of the forest, and then you ended up following it up with a parasite jungle pick. Take me through like the thought process there.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's better if you ask our captain about that because he just picked it out of nowhere, and I just have to follow through with it.
It got a lot of criticism from me, so I want to hear about this parasite pick.
No comments about it, man.
No comments.
It's
We'll just leave it. That's fair enough.
Come on, there's got to be.
I guess
something.
maybe he wanted the game to be best of 5, so we get to play 5 games.
Yeah,
Maybe that's
farming
why.
gold.
Maybe.
I was hoping to see like a. So when I saw the parasite, I was like, "Ooh, I love that they're going jungle, but I don't like this pick." I said, "I wish this was either a Draconis or a Tempest." That was my thoughts. I would have much rather seen some kind of like team fight jungle hero in the mix there.
It is weird that jungles is not a thing as much anymore. That's since coming back, I've noticed that it's unfortunate, is what it is, but hopefully again.
Tell that to all the Ophelia bands, Breaky.
Was Ophelia being banned? I guess I
Not
don't really
in
think
this
about that.
series, but it does
okay.
get banned.
All right. Cool. I mean, I think that pretty. I guess one last question, kind of across the board. We'll start with Jonas over there for New Generation. What did you think of this tournament as a whole? You know, being more the amateur focused tournament. What'd you think of it? Do you have fun with it and the format and everything? And do you feel like your team is a bit more ready for maybe it's even some higher tier tournament now?
Not sure if we're ready for the higher tier tournaments. As we could see, we had some people in a certain team playing from the Pro League, and we could absolutely stomp that game, even though we had a plan for our draft. But overall, I think we learned a bit more how to draft, how to play as a team, and like to look for timings when we are the strongest, and try to play more like a competitive than a TMM scenario, which I think everyone in my team thought was fun. Thought was okay. They enjoyed it, but definitely not ready for the Pro League, I think.
So you're not thinking about maybe signing up for the next Pro League if there's one?
I
Potentially
mean,
giving
we
it a
would
try?
have to, right? We can't go back here.
I don't know.
I have no idea. That's not up to
I don't
me.
think anyone really knows. So we're kind of still figuring that. That's a great.
Nice.
We'll say maybe, to be honest.
We'll see. You know what tournaments take place and where it could be, but it's cool the fact that obviously there is just competition in general. to be able to enjoy an environment and plenty of matches to be played with the group stages yesterday into today. So, Doomy, what about you? Kind of same question there. It's any thoughts on the format of the event and just the fun that you guys had throughout yesterday and today?
This tournament has been super fun to play. And I'm not sure if we are ready for the pro tournament since we have played with each other like 10 or 11 games. We definitely need some more experience communicating with each other, as the name says, how to communicate. We struggle a little bit with communicating because everyone on our team kind of like have, aside from me, I can speak English very well, but the others doesn't really speak English. So when they're like communicating, when we are like communicating in the team, it happens that three of our teammates are Russians, so they speak Russian. So sometimes it's like a mix between English and Russian, so we need to work a lot more on that. But if we can solve out the communication, then I think we are ready for the pro team.
Right on.
I like to hear that.
Yeah. I guess Madapa?
Yeah.
Is that how you pronounce that? Madapa?
Madapa, yeah.
Madapa, gotcha. Anything you want to say on that?
Not really.
Okay. We'll go across the board and shout outs. Any shout outs you want to give? We'll start with Jonas.
My shoutouts.
Yes.
Shoutouts to VC and shoutouts to Free Vetches.
Yeah, free bitches.
Should I know about this? Is this like inside? I don't. Anyways. Okay. Do me. What about you?
I want to say shout out to all the casters. They've been really fun to watch after the tournament finished. I'm gonna definitely watch the VODs and watch how you guys cast. I want to shout out to Paradise League for making this happen. It has been very fun. And a shout out to Jonas for making our team have a very good game this tournament.
Love it. All right. Well, thank you all for joining. Really do appreciate it was fun to do interviews and congratulations once again to Hard to Communicate as well as New Generation. It was a great grand finals. It really was. It was an awesome 5-game series today. That it's a good entertainment and we appreciate that. So, okay. I think we're good to officially wrap it up. With that said, what you got? You got anything else?
Oh man, I could keep talking. I actually just thought of something, and I not to keep the interview going, but how did you like each of you guys can tell me? But how did you guys feel playing the qualifier rounds against like the Thai and SEA teams? Because we never play as any EU against them, and this was like the first time we've done that. So do me first.
I have a lot to say about that actually. It was our first game, and I think that was one of the most like it felt like their team communication and their team synergy is way too good. And even though I have a Predator, if I didn't have Predator, I don't think I could have won that game. They played insanely well. Like they're like I have never seen an Armadon level 3 diving all the way to tier 2 bottom. I mean tier 2 top. Like he just walked and then killed Empath. I've never seen something like that. They played super ballsy. They know how their spells works, and it was a crazy match.
Jonas?
Yeah, well, the first thing off we had was Sauce, and he lives in Dubai. So whenever we play on US servers, he has around 300 pings. We have to add a ringer for that. And then I also thought, I don't remember which one it was, but one of the Asian teams, they played really interesting. Like the way they rotate. I thought it was really interesting, but at the end of the day, it didn't pan out for them. But definitely nothing you see in like EU team, man, for example.
Yeah, it's always awesome getting international competition. Obviously with the server restrictions, it's difficult to do. It's come a long ways though, and the fact that we were able to implement that into this event and at least make it happen was actually pretty cool. So we'll see what the future holds on stuff like that too. So All right.
Doze and I had a lot of fun casting some of those qualifier rounds yesterday, so I just want to quickly shout out to Doze, who didn't cast today, but he was with me for like 6 hours yesterday. That was a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm glad you guys got to give me your take on facing those teams. Hopefully we can get them in more in the future, because that was a lot of fun.
Cool. Okay, we are going to start wrapping up, though. I want to thank you all for tuning in. Definitely shout out to Paradise for once again putting on this event and the production and everything. Always awesome to have these events being hosted, and had a good time as always. So we'll keep an eye out for information on potentially the next one to come. But for myself, what you got, Doze, you got Paradise, and all the players. Have a good night, everyone. We'll see you next time.
Thank you guys. Good night. Bye bye.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Well, that was Breaky CPK, What You Got, and Dummy Marapa, I believe that's how you pronounce it, and Jonas from New Generation. And congrats to Hard to Communicate for the victory and winning the prize pool of this tournament and winning the Amateur Force of Galdevar 2, season number 2 tournament. Congrats on the victory. And thank you guys all for watching and tuning in for the tournament. And I believe that the next tournament will be on November 9th and 10th, and it's going to be the Open Schedule Tournament Mid-Wars Season number 2. So currently, we do have enough teams to run that tournament, so I think I'm just going to set the schedule from now to, again, November 9, 3 p.m. GMT, and November 10, and the days will always depend on the amount of players that are, the amount of teams that are in the tournament. So till the registry is closed, we're not going to know how many days it's actually going to be, but it most likely will be forced to 2 days this one, since it is going to be 1 week before the Asian tournament. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show, and we will see you next time. Good night, everyone.